7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. Timothy, Michael, McKernan, Douglas, Sullivan, Vaughn, Martin, Joseph Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's a program that welcomes you to participate in a wide variety of ways. By texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. By calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMASTL, and talking it over with friends of the Feather who gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, we're closing in on that number for you to get to 7,000 subscribers.
Hello, retirement.
And the gold bullion you have negotiated in your contract. Well done.
No.
My guy didn't take care of that, and I am honestly a little pissed off. I would love some gold bullion. 6,930 subscribers. Subscribe to the TMA STL channel, and you can watch us for the next 5 hours. And you said, let's get to 6, and then you'd be good. That's the exposure level.
Did you do a QFTA?
Yes, but only for 34 minutes.
Okay.
And Jackson was pissed. He's like, can't we do 4 hours and 34 minutes?
And it was after the morning after.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a lot of talking in a day.
Well, the people want it, though. They can't get enough of me. Does that come off wrong?
Yeah.
And then you get home and your wife says, oh, honey, I can't wait. I wanted to go over with you. Like, zip it.
I don't have time for this.
Done.
Schedule it through my people.
Done
my
talking.
people is papers. My people is papers.
That's right. He schedules the amount of time you talk with your wife at home?
And children.
Okay.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, I broker it.
Is it a busman's holiday when you get home and your wife says, I just want to have a little talk, a little dialogue, a little back and forth, maybe some hit and run, and you're saying, no, I'm done. Done. Already done it.
Yeah,
she says, we could take some calls, honey. No.
Got to rest your vocal cords.
Thank you, Jackson.
It was just Monday, you know? We got 4 more days of gabbing.
Takes.
If you want to keep talking, you could give out your personal phone number, and when you go home, you could take calls.
That would be a bad idea. Didn't we have a caller yesterday ask for Jackson's number? Was that or Doug's number?
Yeah,
or
no,
both
mine.
of them?
Doug's-
Martin, he didn't want our numbers.
Doug's favorite quarter zip one.
Yes.
Give me the video of
Jackson, if you wanted
the
to
chant.
I believe he said if you wanted to share your number.
Right. Which is
So
not
you can
good.
take calls at home,
Yeah.
which would be nice.
No, thank you.
By the
I'm
way, I did
strictly a
notice
batting practice pitcher at my house now. That's all I do, Doug. I throw batting practice to a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
And he does play-by-play, goes through the Cardinal lineup, and then we'll even go through high-fiving in the dugout, sitting down, and we've got this little ledge that he pretends is the dugout, and he went ass over tea kettle about 3 feet down. I see his legs flying up in the air, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, my goodness, this could be a big problem. Got right back up, back in the batter's box, and I believe Ivan Herrera was up next.
Oh.
And there's nonstop play-by-play.
I did that myself in the backyard for years.
That's what I did that too. Martin, did you do that? Does that explain how we got here?
I played a lot of wiffle ball in the
Yes.
backyard. And then when I was a really little kid, we lived in a condominium, and I would go out in front. There was a curb, and I would bounce a tennis ball, and I had to hit the curb just right.
That's what the Wizard did, isn't it?
That's how I got my reflexes, like a cat does.
Right.
Nice cat-like quickness. Didn't the Wizard say he used to bounce a tennis ball off his garage and comp ton?
And then flipped a lot. Well, mine was but you had to hit that tennis ball just right on the curb, otherwise it would hit the wooden fence, and people would get mad.
That's no good.
But I was thinking about Papers giving out his personal number, or a lot of requests to just hang.
The ladies want that number.
We kind of buried the lead that there's a Dan Jansen on the Rangers. The catcher, Danny Jansen. I don't think they're related, but Papers, Dan Jansen may want you to go to the game because Danny Jansen's catching for the Rangers.
Yeah. Early in that game, Danny Jansen tried throwing it to first, and he pulled the same move the kid in the tarps off section did when he tried throwing it back on the field. Just threw it straight down into the dirt. I felt bad for him.
My favorite part of the post game last night, Al Roboski was on, and he was being Danny Welks. Somebody asked him a question about a play, and he's doing the post game, and he said, I'm sorry, that's when I was doing my suite visits, and I didn't see it. And I go, I love that answer.
Yeah, I had it on in the background, and then I heard that, and I go, I enjoyed the transparency.
Yes.
With the Matt Hungarian, whatever, 77, I think they said he is.
Is that right?
Yeah, something like that.
And it's kind of like, that's the deal.
Well, they got me making visits during the game. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, I'm Cardinal Hall of Famer now.
It was the skipper. You watch the game? Well, no, I was making suite visits. I thought that was great. And the next time, well, what did you think happened on that play? Oh, I'm sorry. I ran over a buddy of mine was at Patio's. I just thought I'd duck out for an inning. Why would happen?
Libations. Bro, I was raging so hard when QFTA ended after only 30 minutes. Why did Jackson allow that to happen? And why won't he put music on the podcast? What a coward. Hashtag free perk. Hashtag we stand with Mr. Martin. Thanks. Stay tuned for a Colts schedule update. Doug, that's Brian Hench, and he covers the Colts.
Okay. And he's calling us bro now?
I'm just waiting for that schedule update.
Yeah.
He's the gatekeeper of the Colts schedule.
That's correct. And he will have that coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Also on the Polos Plus dossier today, Rangers manager, friend of Kyle Loesch's fist, Skip Schumaker will be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock, Doug. The Rangers manager got himself a win, but you said the lead here today is going to be a little different and kind of surprising. Myles Garrett going to the former St. Louis Rams, as they are known around the NFL. I thought we'd go with the Cardinals. You said the lifetime roofing lead would be Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett's a nice little story, but
And
it's
A.J.
not
Brown going to New England.
It's not the lead. It's not the lead. The lead is the Cardinals. And because of their defeat, I'm just afraid I'm not going to be much good to you today.
What?
Falling 5.5 out now. The bats went quiet. That's happening a little too frequently now. And so I don't know that I can pick myself up by the bootstraps. Time will tell on that. But for now, I'm just not going to be much good to you.
This loss falls into the category, for me, as the proverbial cap tipper. Got a good outing from McGreevy. Got a better outing from DeGrom. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Well, you got to try to not strike out 14 times.
Yeah, but sometimes
That
you got a guy
hurts.
who's on. You know, what do you say that other people are also on a scholarship? or
Hell,
something?
is on scholarship, too.
There you go.
Walker and Gorman combined for 7 of the 14 strikeouts.
I was wanting to grab my phone, but I already snorted sleeping pills to try to fire a wager there right at the end because you can bet what's going to happen in an at-bat. It's healthy to do that, too, if you talk with doctors. And if I could bet everything I own that Nolan Gorman was going to strike out in that bat. And I'm getting nods across the dais.
It was said in the two Fox offices. Well,
Is that
here
right?
yeah, 1,000%. God bless them. Said, "Oh, this is a K."
Yeah.
To end the game, and because we're picking out plays that we use, and I said we can end it on the strikeout.
Yeah.
And that had not happened yet, but we knew it was
When
coming.
DeGrom walked him early, I said that's a DFA-able offense. It was his walking.
Jacob DeGrom, two-time Cy Young winner,
Yeah.
would have been DFA'd for walking
Shot
Nolan
into the
Gorman.
sun.
walking Nolan Gorman. It's crazy.
It looks to me like when he swings, he's not even looking at the ball, at the bat. Like he's looking up right before
So he doesn't have his eye
Back.
Right.
Yeah,
It's an emerging topic. It really is.
Bernie
because-
did the math on it. It's 177 over his last 20 games with 1 extra base hit. It's just terrible.
Hold on a second. I need you to revisit this. Bernie Miklasz.
Bernie Miklasz.
Okay. Did the
Not
math.
Bernie Brewer.
177 batting average?
Over the last 20 games.
Okay.
With 1 extra base
Got
hit.
it. How about that? Doug Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Well,
And I did hear Heim said to Ackerman on Sunday, we're basically said we're going to be patient here. We're not just going to throw a guy out. But I think you're going to get a few more weeks of this. They won't be able to ignore you. You just can't play him every night.
For the record, his splits for the month of May, 192 batting average. He had a total of 2 home runs and an OPS of 587. In that time where I am under the impression that Baez is down in Memphis and the slow move to bring Crooks up here, but they did bring him up, was related to strikeout rate. He had 30 strikeouts in 78 at-bats.
That's a lot. That's
Then
too
last
many.
night, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
Tim in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Yes,
Dr.
yes.
Xander Malanthrop said they should trade for Arenado.
How about that, Doug?
Oh, boy, yeah.
Nolan
That's-
Arenado, bring him back.
Nice little year for him.
That was Doug said, don't get rid of all of them.
Paying him anyway. I have a feeling it's not going to happen. I could be wrong.
Wouldn't that be a thing if they were, hey, Nolan, real quick, step in here. We've made a deal You are going back to St. Louis. He might retire on the spot.
You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Little Jackie Papers will answer said call. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of the text inbox, and of course that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where Doug is 70 subscribers away from gold bullion. And you can go in there and talk it over with Scorsy, the Devil's Crotch, the problematic baseball dad, Dr. Xander Malendrap. What makes a baseball dad problematic, you think?
If he's yelling at the coach.
All right. What about the ump? I would imagine it's more of the umpire, don't you think? I don't know. I haven't been there yet.
Could be. That could be the yelling at other kids besides just his own.
Oh, wow.
Or yelling at his
That
own
would
too
fall.
much.
That would fall into problematic.
Yeah.
That's how you can wind up in the bottom of the river.
Sneaking something in the tumbler. You know,
One of those Stanley Cups, very popular in the Central Corridor.
double, triple header.
In my pantry.
Yeah, what's in there?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, some of the places even sell beer.
Right. I'm not talking about beer.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The brown stuff, your type of booze.
Corn liquor.
Corn liquor.
Diet Coke with a heavy splash. That's how you get through the
That in
triple
itself
header.
wouldn't make it problematic. His behavior might.
Right. The behavior inspired by what might be in the tumbler.
Yeah.
Can I ask, this is an in-the-weeds question. I thought it in the moment. I don't know where you boys were. I realize you had to have been watching the thing. Martin, you're preparing sportscasts. Doug, I know you were looking at that Knicks Spurs preview program. And Papers, you're getting ready for Movie Boy this weekend, right?
Yeah, new one Saturday.
What's the topic?
The 2026, the year of horror.
Wow. The year of horror. Huh.
Missing a half syllable there.
Base hit, Victor Scott down the line into the corner. In my mind, you can tell that, because again, DeGrom can be a wide delta guy. Sometimes he's got it, sometimes he's a veteran that gets lit up. Looks like he's got it. And Gorman is at first, 2 outs. And I'm thinking, send the guy.
All day.
Okay, are we? I was really surprised on that.
He loves to hold him up.
I was, again, in the whole scheme of things, but because that was early in the game. This wasn't like an 8th inning decision. I think it's an 8th inning. He's going, but I don't know if anybody was watching in that moment, but I thought that in the moment.
I was visiting the suites at that time.
You were in a suite visiting.
Al and I were glad handing at that moment. But I think your point is, DeGrom, you got to gauge, okay, is this a night when runs are going to be really hard to come by? So maybe that's when you roll the dice. Yes. I agree with the premise.
That's where I was.
Yeah.
There was also a discussion in the game that, I don't remember if it was, maybe I heard it on the radio, driving around last night, how Albert would blow through stop signs. And they said it was a little message that he and Okendo had. It was part of their little trick. Like, he'd pretend to hold them.
Yeah.
I often thought that was just a cover because Albert just did whatever he just did whatever the hell he wanted.
I'm going with
and
that.
then they would say after the game, "Oh, that's a special code." Like, and Albert would just fly through, even though he would say stop.
The reason it's not a special code is the outfielder who's about to make a throw to the plate. He's not watching the third base coach to see some sort of secret sign. He's just throwing it as fast as he can to get it in.
As hard as he can to home.
Yes, they don't look at the coach.
You don't think he eases up because he's like, "Oh, look,
No.
Jose's got the stop
the
sign
sign
up."
says stop, so he's not running. I'll lob it into second base. No, not buying it.
It sounds like a 30 for 30, Tim, that Doug's going to do.
Yeah. I thought the exact same thing, Tim, but whenever you're pushing 240, you don't run very well. That's from Dirty Dan, the garbage man, who Jackson says has blue feet.
They may have thought, well, we got Weatherholt coming up next. Let's not lose a runner on the bases.
It couldn't have been placed better in the corner of the outfield there. And you keep 2 outs, you have the jump on it.
Yeah, usually 2 outs you run. You
Yes.
go.
I mean, 2 outs, running on contact down in the corner. Man, the hell are we doing here? And by the way, part of it is lack of speed, of course. But yeah, in that spot, I mean, it's getting into the weeds. You strike out 14 times. Rarely are you going to win the baseball game, but it's a shame because the Cardinals, once again, got a good effort from the pitching staff and were not able to convert because of lack of offense. At the same time, unlike some of the getaway day specials in which there are just a lot of groundouts and the games go really quickly, in this case, against random pitchers, in this case, you're going up against a 2-time Cy Young Award winner who has that kind of ceiling with regard to his performance. Over the last couple days, by the way, the discipline that Jordan Walker has shown with laying off that low and outside breaking ball that has been so problematic for him has popped up, unfortunately. Also, an in-the-weeds observation on a game where I don't know how much there really is to break down without just breaking down things for the sake of breaking down things, and that's not really what I'm into.
How about some outrage?
I just like how that his ability to lay off on that pitch, I think, has been the key to getting pitches to hit, which is fascinating considering who has been hitting behind him for the most part. Last night, they switched up the lineup, and did you see what they were doing there? That was like, oof, if you're at this point, it's kind of like you call up Velasquez on Friday, and he immediately goes into the cleanup spot. Jordan Walker is protected by a guy who had been bouncing around the minor leagues for more than a decade, Brian Torres.
I think it just speaks to Ollie Marmol. I think he's looking at the options going, oh, I don't know. What do you do?
Why isn't Velasquez playing every night?
Because it feels like the clock, and maybe they feel like the clock's ticking on Torres first. When Nootbaar comes back, Torres is first to go. Then when Church comes back, it could be maybe they're just giving Torres a little bit of runway before they send him back.
And they want to get
righty-lefty.
They want to get Crook some at-bats, I'm sure, as a DH. They're not taking Herrera out of the lineup, and he's the McGreevy
special catcher. Yeah.
But you don't have a number 5 hitter, which is it's sort of a problem.
Yeah. On the plus side, that Soriano sure looks good. You see that ninth inning that he pitched?
Had some problems and got through it.
An infield hit.
Yep.
Neither one his fault.
Would you call it a little number?
Little number. Yes. First and third, nobody out, gets out of that. He's really been effective.
And he came over from the Marlins barbecue. They just found him during spring training.
Yeah, he didn't like the food over there.
I think McGreevy's start was important. The last 2 were a little, we'll call them wobbly. But on the whole, if you look at like his last 7 starts, 5 of them are almost identical. He always goes 6 innings, gives up a run or 2, and just kind of steady. And I think that's huge. And this year, you're trying to find out, can guys kind of go from start to finish? What kind of starts do they give you? He's pretty damn consistent.
Yeah, well, his ERA is still at 2.98. Yeah. Almost any pitcher in the league would take that. But you got to score runs, and there's times that they just get shut down.
They're a 75-win team. Move on.
Don't yell at us.
That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
He wants us to move on. Well, the Stanley Cup Final is tonight, and all of America is buzzing because it's Carolina, that hockey hotbed, against Vegas.
Nice.
Should be a fun one. Jackson, what do you think?
Yeah, so much to break down there.
I asked for an NBA breakdown yesterday, and you looked at me like I was from Mars.
Well, I was just confused that you were asking me to break down the series. I didn't know. The word you were looking for was preview.
Well, break it down. No,
yeah. Break down the preview.
I didn't want you to. I wanted you to break down the matchup.
Right. So VGK is taking on the Hurricanes. That doesn't do much for me.
What would have done much for you?
Canadiens would have been more interesting.
I agree with that.
Canadiens would be more interesting.
There's a stat out there that say Birmingham, somebody won the CFL in 1995, a team from the U.S., and they said it's been more recent that a U.S. team won the Canadian Football League than a Canadian team has won in the Stanley Cup Final. Chew on that, Papers.
Did you feel sorry for the nation?
For Canada?
Yeah.
It just would have been more fun having Montreal in there.
So Canada's only American Major 4 sports championship of the 21st century is the Raptors winning in 2019.
Blue Jays haven't won anything
not since 94.
Should have probably won last year. Yeah. That sounds correct.
Yeah. Wow.
There are huge football trades to talk about. That's what I said. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy. And Doug went with the Cardinals as the lifetime roofing lead. And now you've got to deal with the wrath of Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy.
Well,
have fun with that.
I know they're big trades, but it doesn't affect our market much.
You can text in as well with your unhappiness with the topic. 314-399-9646. The Arnold Mule says, what about Battlehawks playoff talk? Jackson will have that coming up for you. Also on the polosplus.com dossier. Polos Plus is where you can get your TMA merch, the TMA tab at the top of the page. Sponsor of the dossier here on the morning after. And Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental is a longtime sponsor as well. Online at 100westdental.com. The location is on Manchester in Baldwin. Now, of course, he works on your teeth, but now he can help you with sleep as well. If you do not sleep well, that is a really rough way to go through life. And oftentimes, you sit there and think, well, this is just the hand I've been dealt. That's not necessarily the case. Dr. Pryor treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, an alternative to a CPAP. So no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked, because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, this is still the best place for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Pryor, located on Manchester in Baldwin. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
Firecrackers bursting, fireworks going off tonight. You and I are standing here watching the lights, surrounded by people gazing at the night sky. Alright, there's friends and family and people you don't know. They're all lined up to see the big show. All that matters is what's up in the sky. Alright, switch it up on you guys. Add a little breakdown. There's firecrackers shooting in the sky, a bottle rockets on the 4th of July. Roman candle wars in my backyard. Run for me and you won't get too far. Sparklers, screamers, and streamers. Cherry bombs, smoke bombs with your moms. Kids playing with the
Do you like
poppers
that
in
line the
street,
most? Cherry
burning
bombs,
them
smoke?
snakes all over the concrete.
Really, really well written.
It's our 4th of July.
Please add this or add me. It's awful. So the 573. 573, you can get a text inbox name this week, but at 11 o'clock, Jackson's done with you until July. Just say, hey, Jackson, could you please give me a text inbox name? I'd like this name, and ideally it's within the regulations set by our friends at the Federal Communications Commission. And now you've got a text inbox name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Fun.
As I scroll through the text inbox, it seems like a healthy percentage of people have names now, like most.
How about that, Papers? Look at you.
Yeah, it's my life's work.
Maybe we'll get to a point where you don't have to change a single name.
That day will never come. The work is never finished.
Is that Ted Kennedy, 1980?
But that's a good sign also that the new folk come on board.
Yeah, be
Text
a friend of the
in.
feather. Or you can just be angry like Dr. Xander Malenthrop, Doug, who says, talk more sports, but not baseball or basketball. Sports. But I don't understand the rules of soccer, so don't talk about that. Sports! There's big football news, but don't talk about the NFL because they made me cry 12 years ago, and I hate it. Give us more sports talk now. Doug, that's Dr. Xander Malenthrop.
Okay. Everybody's got a beef. A lot of beef.
I got a beef.
What?
What you got?
This whole World Cup deal, Doug, they're coming to the U.S.
Yeah.
We've got our buildings, our stadiums, right? MetLife is where?
Jersey.
Okay. Do you know where NRG Stadium is?
Houston.
Right. Top of mind.
Yes, yes.
Where's Arrowhead?
Kansas City.
Our
Okay.
team.
None of those will exist anymore because it's Kansas City Stadium. It's New Jersey Stadium. It's Houston Stadium because FIFA doesn't allow that. Did you know that they actually?
I did not. Doug, I did not know.
Hell
that.
with them.
They go through and actually put up signage. Los Angeles Stadium,
because
New Jersey.
they're not
'cause
getting
it's
a piece
the
of it.
Yeah, get out of here.
One of
you.
the most corrupt operations
Yes.
in all of sports.
Give me a freaking break. You're playing in Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah.
That's the name of the building. You're playing at MetLife Stadium. That's the name of the building.
We'll still call it that.
Yes. Just so stupid.
I was not aware of that being a deal.
That was quite a beef you had.
It just FIFA. Are you okay? Are you being pure? We don't want to have a sponsor, or are you saying, well, we didn't get paid, so go screw yourselves?
Probably, yeah.
Either way, it's stupid. But I'm fine.
No handshakes at the ballpark last night. Players, coaches, fans, etc. It's from DFA Fetty now. Doug, yesterday's program, he wanted to see the fans start to shake hands after the game would be concluded.
With all the fans, as many fans as you can possibly shake hands with.
That's correct.
Not just a couple, 2, 3 around you.
That's correct.
Okay.
DFA Fetty now. Maybe we'll get to see that tonight. D. May on the mound for the Cardinals. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound for the Rangers. Cardinals and Rangers game 2 tonight after the loss. Skip Schumaker will be with us on the Polos Plus dossier. That comes your way at 9 o'clock. I don't know if this plays on the 105.7 HD2 TMA all day, so you can program that station on your car radio if you want to listen to best of shows. But I feel like it might. Sometimes I use that studio to work after the programs. And I recall we had Skip Schumaker on many years ago And we got done with the interview and just like, man, that guy, I think he might have been playing with the Reds at the time. And we were just BSing with him. And you know what we said, Doug?
What?
Good baseball man.
Well, yeah.
Good baseball man. You can just kind of tell.
Okay.
And now he's got himself a managerial gig in Texas after the run in Miami, and he will be with us at 9 o'clock. And he's always insightful. He's kind of that way as a player with the Cardinals, too, but he wasn't like a focal point on the team. But when you would talk with him, super knowledgeable, passionate about the game, and just had those traits that exude potential leadership, whether it be as a manager, perhaps in broadcast, whatever it would be. You could tell that there was a lot there beyond an ability to play at the major league level.
He'd give you a thoughtful answer, and a lot of players just give you a throwaway. They don't care. I thought McGreevy postgame last night, I thought that was interesting, how excited he was to see his name next to DeGrom. Mm-hmm. And he said I think we actually have the cut of that. And I'm like, that's just like a normal human being sharing it instead of saying, I don't know. I wish I'd had a few more cutters in the first, and my breaking ball was off in the fourth, but what are you going to do? It's just the most boring, lame answer. I appreciate when somebody gives you a little something.
Oh, like this?
I don't know. It was pretty cool. I have a screenshot of the matchup today, this morning. I was like, that's pretty cool. I have that with Kershaw as well from last year. It's sick. I try not to worry about what the other pitcher does, but, I mean, it's hard not to think like, dang, that's DeGrom. It's been around for a while. He's one of the better pitchers in the game.
How about that, Doug? You like that? That's relatable. That's
like
meat and potatoes right there.
And McGreevy is, not just somebody who just got lucky and made it to the major leagues. He was a first-round draft pick, highly touted all the way around. He's been a big name himself wherever he's been, and yet extremely humble.
Well, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that because he was irritated that he was not picked first overall in our fantasy baseball league.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. He said, well, who was picked first overall? I assume it was me. And I said, well, it was Shohei Ohtani. And he wrote back fraudulent.
Yeah. Well, he didn't like that.
Yeah.
So behind the scenes, he's a little prickly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of similar to what you guys deal with here with the other Irish Catholic in the days. Yeah. So, he's that's all for the show.
Okay.
Behind the scenes, real problematic. Yeah, you were duped. Martin, you were making reference to his recent starts. He did have a rough one last week in Milwaukee, and predating that, overall body of work was there. I thought they were going to pull him in the fifth last night. But he got through it, got that double play, 5-4-3, goes back out and gets a quick sixth inning, and I think that was probably pretty beneficial to the Cardinals to get another, for the most part, day of rest for the bullpen after Dobbins carried things following Libertor's exit all the way to the finish line on Sunday night. So they're positioned well, if they don't have the offense tonight, to get the bullpen from Dustin May to Riley O'Brien, should they be in that position. Got to score runs, can't strike out 14 times.
And if you're Dustin May, that's a long time to sit around and coming off of that brutal loss. You're flirting with a no-hitter, and then you end up taking the L. That was such a bad loss. You got to wait 6 days to get that out of your system. That would just be hard to sit around because you got a bullpen. Yes, you're going to go stretch. Oh, long toss, but it's not the same.
No.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
Was that your question from last night?
Was that for Alan Craig?
No, I think it was somebody.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Runs will be hard to come by again tonight, probably, because Nathan Eovaldi's pitching for the Rangers.
Limited exposure. Burleson's faced him 3 times, 0 for 3.
You love the splits.
I do love the splits. Mason went 1 for 3. That's it. That's the exposure.
That's not a lot of exposure.
Anybody? Were you down there yesterday?
I was not down there yesterday.
Doug, you were ball striking?
I'm going to the ball game tomorrow night. Family is going to the game tomorrow night.
Tomorrow's a night game. Not a busman's?
No, it's a night game.
Wow.
They're in the stretch of 7 straight night games.
How about that?
They're 10 games over at night.
Yeah.
Day game on Saturday for Edmonds bobblehead day.
Does he know he's got a bobblehead?
I was wondering about that. I kind of figured you might have hit him up down on the farm to see if he's...
He should call in.
All right,
I bet he knows he's got a bobblehead. Too.
What? Well, it is carpool. Well, now it's summertime. I think it would be fun to have. I'm going to text him right now. This is like a reverse Jim where he would talk about getting texted. Now I'm going to talk about me texting him. Do you think he'll do it? Percentage, Tim. What's your percentage?
On what? Just coming on?
Yeah, this week.
Oh, I would say 95%.
Okay.
Unless they're like over Lake Como or something.
What percentage do you think that he knows definitively Saturday is his bobblehead day?
99%.
Yeah, I bet he knows.
I think he's coming to town. I think.
For the bobblehead?
I think.
Wow.
I could be off on that. I don't know. You're welcome to text into the program, 314-399-9646. You're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you also can open up your YouTube app. You type in TMASTL, and you join 195 friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and talk it over with liquor in the front, poker in the rear, who turns out to be a grandfather. And a grateful grandfather, because he was grateful that when McGreevy was sitting down with us or on with us.
He was on the phone with us.
We were on the phone, and we were at the Dotem,
Yeah.
Oak Valley.
Yep.
And he asked if we could wish happy birthday, or Mike could wish happy birthday to his grandson. Also, Dr. Xander Malenthrop's in there, as well as the Walrus King and Kitty Bates and the Devil's Crotch. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can watch this show anytime. You can go back and watch it. And that's how you can podcast, or you can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app and rewatch the presentation anytime you would want. Coming up on our Polos Plus dossier, Skip Schumaker at 9 o'clock. And we'll also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA, going back now more than a decade. They have maintenance agreements for our audience, which are an effective and convenient way to keep your system running year after year. It extends the life of your HVAC system, so it takes the pressure off of you as a homeowner, and Design Air contacts you to schedule your AC tune-up and your furnace safety inspection and cleaning. So sign up and forget about it. Like all their services, maintenance visits can be scheduled at DesignAirService.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. 7:38 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA from the Stiefel Studios.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals dropped the first game of the series to the Texas Rangers 2-1 last evening. Back in action tonight against the Rangers. 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Dustin May on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sure got nasty teeth. So good. We'll talk more about Teen Wolf coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. That's on the Polos Plus dossier here on TMA 101 ESPN. Rangers manager Skip Schumaker with us coming up at 9 o'clock on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 205 friends in there talking it over. The TMA remote lamp is in there talking to Ted Gann, who says Tim's head is awful white. I wonder what color Ted thought it would be.
That's his comment. Tim's head is awfully white. Wouldn't it be weird?
Rob-off means.
If your head
Is that
was
number 91?
blue
Number 91, Vladimir Tarasenko?
Someone asked for a text name yesterday change that I thought was really funny. It said, "What does tarps off mean?" And I thought that was a nice
a little
reference.
rub-off, tarp off.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice reference. So shout out to that.
And that got
texter.
approved.
Oh, of course. I
Any
rarely
rejections yesterday?
I rarely say like, "Oh, that's a good one," but to that one I said, "Good work." Any objections? No. People kind of know the line now. But I say that, and then someone's going to come in with something just heinous. But
block him.
I'm ready for him.
Guys, I'm heading back down to the lake for work and hoping to be finished by the end of the weekend. I'll let you boys know how the weather is in a couple hours. That's from Martin's old 2 Fox black dress shoes.
Dress shoes.
Keep a pair under the desk there just because every once in a while I'm running around the loafers. Oh, that's right. I got some black shoes. Yeah, I got some old ties over here.
Tim, I listened to all 4 hours and then go back and watch the 4 hours again just to see your facial expression.
That's
from Hal in Hillsboro.
Doug just broke his gong.
Martin wouldn't be any happier than if
I
that
have
thing.
less hearing in my left ear based on that
But it's
gong.
important that gong be rung.
Jackson, did you change my name? Checking to see if it got through. That's from the
Stop
314.
it. Don't
sound
change
like
it
it.
now. Don't change. If he's double checking, don't change it.
What if you name them from the 314?
No, I can't. That's no.
No.
It's been 9 months since you promised to change my name. Jackson, what gives? That's from Patrick Bateman.
Block
Do you
him.
remember him from American Psycho with the delectable Christian Bale?
Okay.
Patrick Bateman, send in what name you want. The 314, no. You cannot change your name to that.
So what did he want? Oh, he wanted to change it to something that would violate the code set by our friends in the Federal Communications Commission.
It's like the dumbest thing I've heard in a
Okay.
while.
Well, just block him.
settle in. Tim, you are a beautiful boy. You do not have Stuart Sinkhead. As a bald man myself, that is a gift. Stay great, King. That's from Mr. 63011, and he's got a fast golf cart.
What is Stuart Sinkhead?
I think he would wear a hat, and then the top portion would be glistening white, but then it would tan where the hat wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
So there was like a line of demarcation.
Kind of a farmer's tan for your head?
Yes.
Okay.
Very nice.
All right. Well, if you're bald, you got to wear a hat. Or top of your head will get sunburned badly.
I go up to SPF 50 now.
Do you?
Well,
It's
I don't
just
mess
like
around
white
with it.
paste.
No, I don't mess around with it anymore.
Yeah. Well,
But I'm going to go that healthcare evolution and do what's going on with papers. I'm going to come back here in about 5 months and have the fullest head of hair y'all ever seen.
Are
huh?
you really?
That's what's going on with papers over there. That's why he's so cocky now.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
He's really got an
Get your
extra
confidence
bounce.
back with our friends at Healthcare Evolution.
7 o'clock hour sponsor online at healthcare-evolution.com. Doug, we had prankery going on yesterday before the game.
What's that?
Skip Schumaker delivered to the Cardinal manager a Skip Schumaker T-shirt, which Ali Marmol was wearing around before the game. They, of course, worked together here in St. Louis. And Skip talked about his time with the Cardinals, returning to Busch Stadium, and then also his relationship, Jackson, with Ali Marmol.
I could tell Tim says Jackson because he was kind of drifting.
I looked up and I saw the Adderall.
We grew up in the same system, and Ollie's very smart. I'm really excited for him that his team is playing so well. I think it shows how good of a manager he really is after a couple tough years or whatever. These guys are really playing hard for him, and that shows you what he's all about and who he is. We're competitors, at the end of the day, but I think after this series, we'll still be texting each other throughout the year and bouncing ideas off each other.
Love him. Good dude. Enjoyed my time with him, man. He's a good baseball guy, but even better person. He does a really nice job on the field. His credibility is through the roof, and just manages a really good game. But as a person, someone I truly enjoyed being around for a heck of a lot of reasons.
Good baseball man.
Yes. Of course.
Yes.
Shouldn't they all be good baseball men?
Nice, I like that.
How could you not be a good baseball man and be the manager of a team?
And he was Ollie's bench coach 2022, and my understanding is they had to really, really twist Skip to take, like he wasn't sure he wanted to do it, move back to the Midwest. But he said no a couple times, and they said, all right, what about this? What about this? So he takes the gig and then launches that into being the Marlins Manager of the Year in 2023.
Yeah.
Then they started the Marlins sell-off, which is one of they cycle on, they cycle off. They like to every once in a while just give up. So then
they win the World Series, and then they give up some more.
So the next year he said, all right, I'm gonna bounce.
Hey, guys, I finally have a text name. I just wanted to say hi and thank you all. I love the show, and you keep up the great work and the laughs. Go Cards. That's from the 314.
Oh, that was awfully positive.
That just never happens.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what's wrong with him.
Call in and tell us what's wrong with you.
314-974-0101. That is how you can do it. Tim is a good radio man, Doug. That's from Hal in Hillsboro.
Hal.
Eric in the Central West End says Tim is a great radio man.
A lot of gilding of the lily going on here.
Gilding of the lily.
The gong just doesn't have it.
Is gone.
Yep. Half of it fell down.
The gong sleeps with the fishes.
Literally, there's a piece of twine that was making it hang there. So
It looks pretty sad.
yeah, it only
Serves a
has
purpose, though.
only up to 1,000 lemonadings before it's going to break. Your warranty only lasts 1,000 lemonadings.
No offense, and I'm glad people are trying, but why are they calling everything a damn speakeasy now? It's only a bar that's in an odd place with a restaurant or something like that. It's not a speakeasy. Last time I checked, liquor was legal. Thank you for letting me get that off my chest. Doug, that's Chairman Steve. He's over in Des Moines.
Okay.
And Martin, you were expressing your frustration with stadiums not being able to use their real names by FIFA. Chairman Steve is unhappy that there are speakeasies popping up all over town.
At least that's what they're calling them. I think people think it's cooler to go to a speakeasy.
Jackson, have you been to a speakeasy?
Yes,
How about that? See?
Was it cool?
it was no different than any other
Just
bar,
a bar,
really.
right.
Yeah.
But there is kind of a vibe. You can say, oh, this feels like a speakeasy.
Yeah, it kind of felt like the opening scene in Rounders when Matt Damon goes to the underground poker den.
Eddie KGB's spot, Doug.
Yeah,
Okay.
that to me
didn't
sounds
see
cooler, where I can get 3 stacks of high society.
Nice.
Now, I had mentioned that FIFA changes the name because of all these stadiums, because they're just greedy, grubby, And your mom's lesbian lover said it so folks know where they are. Because the foreigners are like, otherwise they wouldn't know where they were. They wouldn't know they were in Kansas City or LA. No. It has to do with the corporate policies of FIFA. So I'm sorry, I'm going to pass on that theory.
I've got a speakeasy in my basement. Doug, you want to come check it out? That's
no, I
from
don't.
Doug's Jockstrap.
No, what makes it a speakeasy as opposed to just a basement? Because it's cooler if you call it a speakeasy.
What's a rumpus room?
It's like a family room.
Okay.
Oh, is really that what it is?
I think so.
I thought it was like a basement that's kind of been converted to have some games and stuff. I don't know. I'm going to look it up.
It could be. I don't know.
Guys, what time does that show start where some guy comes in and airs his multiple grievances from a weekend where he didn't leave his one-room bird sanctuary? Doug, that's Nathan from the east side of Alton. That presentation starts at 11 o'clock.
I believe he's talking about the Strode program.
What was it called yesterday? Originally, it was Audio Bake Sale.
Yeah.
Audio bake sale. Yeah.
Well, yesterday it was
Doesn't
called
Ken air his grievances?
Ken air his grievances show.
Oh, Who's Wrong, Ken, I think.
Who's wronged Ken? That sounds like a WB show.
A rumpus room is a casual, dedicated space in a home, often in the basement or bonus area, designed for recreation, games, and entertaining.
Doug, that's exactly what Doug Vaughn just said.
No, it was not.
It's exactly word for word.
No, I said it was mostly for a place in the basement for games. Bosh, back out to Allen, his three-pointer, bang.
Boy, I didn't like that.
I enjoyed that, actually.
Miami circuit, what, 2010-ish?
13.
Okay.
I'm with Chairman Steve. Let's stop with the knock on the door in the alley and let's get taken downstairs into a bar playing jazz flute. You're not Henry Hill at the Copa. You're just a mark about to play $30 for a Manhattan Doug. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener, and he shares Chairman Steve's passion for the anti-speakeasy movement, which candidly, up until 5 minutes ago, I didn't know existed.
Isn't there one in Kirkwood now? A speakeasy there?
Oh, yeah, that's a club.
Yeah. So a club is different than a speakeasy.
I don't think it's a speakeasy. Papers, have you been to where Doug is referencing?
That's like a social club thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like a membership kind of deal. No, that's
Doug, that's Atmos.
I think a speakeasy, what differentiates a speakeasy, it's like it's hidden. Like there's speakeasies, especially in
You're doing something secretive.
some of the coastal cities, the coastal elites that I don't recognize, but I know some people do.
Yeah.
Where it's like a bookstore, and you have to go
bookstore?
but you have to go to a certain
Like Hugh
heaven's
Grant's in Notting Hill.
Yes,
And that is one of your favorite films?
travel book.
And what's going on in there?
That's your favorite film.
That's not my favorite. It's one of my favorite rom-coms.
What's going on in there that they have to be so secretive about it?
Tim keeps interrupting me about Notting Hill. You go to a certain section
What's
of the
happening here?
bookstore, and if you know the password or something, the bookshelf will open. You walk in, and there's like a speakeasy behind it.
And what's going on that you would
It's just
have
a
to be
bar
so
when you
damn
get there.
secretive?
The only thing that's interesting is how you get in there. Once you're in there, it's usually just a bar with no windows,
Okay.
like a Rathskeller.
Oh, I like that. Rathskeller.
If you're paying a membership fee to belong to a bar, you're probably doing life wrong.
Well, I mean, but you can be a member of some social clubs where a bar is included in that. It's not necessarily just like going to the bar.
I get it, but there's a bar almost everywhere. Every golf course, everything you do, there's liquor available.
Sure.
Like to stop off on the way home, Doug, just to
I like a
stop at
stop off.
Hell yeah.
God. You're 3 weeks away from Paul Newman and the verdict if you're stopping off.
Yeah, he stopped off plenty.
If you're paying $30 for a cocktail in St. Louis, you're getting ripped off. This isn't Lower Manhattan. Doug, that's the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Okay.
I'm actually getting angry thinking about the amount of these places I'm surrounded by. Join your local Elks Lodge. That's from Jugs in D.C., and I guess Washington, D.C. is a hotbed of speakeasies.
I could see that.
know.
Because it's an old city. You could have probably some Prohibition era speakeasies that are still up and running. I could see
But
that.
those were illegal, right?
For sure.
So maybe that's the idea of this is maybe you're doing something that's slightly illegal.
It's like that's the novelty behind it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun.
Right. I don't know.
Why not? I'm looking here. St. Louis Magazine, George May wrote a column about it within the past year. There's just a long list of St. Louis speakeasies.
But there's an article about it and you can visit the website about a speakeasy, it kind of takes away some of the allure, doesn't it? I thought I
don't think they're traditional.
Right. If you know kind of thing. There's a password, Doug.
How about, okay, here's an example. Clement's Bar, 2626 Cherokee. We all know where Cherokee Street is. Clement's Lock and Security becomes Clement's Bar on Thursdays from 4 to midnight.
Nice.
Or by chance, reads the website.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Doug.
I kind of like
Oh, Doug.
if the sign says bar, we're serving. Hey, I was here to get some locks worked. No, we're serving bush.
There was a speakeasy at that resort when we were in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And they said, now you have to know the password to get it. I said, what are we doing here?
The password is
What are we
Yaman.
doing? And then they provide you the password. Then when you get in, it's just a bar.
That's the first time I ever had moonshine.
It wasn't.
Mm-hmm. I had moonshine at that
The best
speakeasy.
moonshine is at a Jamaican resort.
I don't
Tasted
know.
like kerosene.
What else could it possibly
Whatever
taste
you
like?
do, don't light a cigarette.
It was brutal.
Jackson must have gone to the, quote, speakeasy behind the mirror in the barber shop at the corner of Patton in Las Vegas and thought it was really neat. Hashtag dork. That's from Patrick Bateman. I guess he's mad that you're not changing his
gonna
name.
say,
Now he's on the
Text in the name you want, and I'll change it, damn it. I didn't go to that in Vegas. You're making a big assumption there and then calling me a dork based on your own hypothetical. What does that say about you?
Patrick Bateman, the action's back on you. Call in 314-974-0101. These boomer snowflakes need to stop crying about things that don't impact them. That's from Low Voice Drew, and he's not happy with the criticism Chairman Steve and DeMont has of speakeasies. Alan Dadeville does believe in Steve's premise.
Oh, does he?
I stand with Steve. I don't need a dimly lit basement bar with old leather couches that should have a Rawlings logo on it, and the only beer options taste like pine cones. Just give me O.B. Clark's. That's Alan Dadeville. Doug, you can get the dirty wings there with delicious fries to wash them down.
That sounds better. That sounds like a lot more
But
fun.
we're meat and potatoes guys.
Right. So we just do retail, normal retail.
How did this start?
God. Chairman Steve was following up on you expressing your beef with FIFA, wanting everybody to hear his beef with the speakeasy community.
It's not Arrowhead Stadium, it's Kansas City Stadium. Therefore, all you foreigners won't be confused about where you are. That's why.
That's the reason.
No.
Sharon and Clayton says, boomer, maybe try to be original. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton,
Okay.
who also says, I don't get these simps. The show was just fine this past week when Tim was out. Come at me, haters.
Oh.
That's Sharon and Clayton.
Wow.
It's a big endorsement. I don't want to be on the opposite side of history of Sharon and Clayton. Go have an IPA at a gastro pub. That's from Patrick Bateman. He's back. Man, he wants a piece of Jackson.
Now, what would be a gastropub?
I don't know. He probably entered it into dumbasscomments.com.
Oh!
Is his name change offensive?
No,
or
he
he's a
just
brand?
won't say what he wants, but then
okay.
constantly complains that I don't change it.
So don't change it.
I can't.
Don't.
I'll
Don't
give,
even
I'll
try.
give him a name if he
Live
wants.
with it, Bateman.
That's a good name, by the way. You know, it's a good name. It's a good
Patrick Bateman?
It's a good film.
I do think that's a good name.
Yeah, it's a good film. It's an iconic character. It's the main
I
character.
notice it's not a great film.
No, it's not.
What about Phil Collins' Susudio?
I don't know that one. Is that the song that plays in it?
Yeah.
Oh, I
I
don't.
thought that was like the most famous scene in that movie.
No, Huey Lewis in the News.
I thought Susudio was in there. All right,
Spoiler alert, he
Doug, spoiler.
Okay.
he just smokes Jared Leto with an axe while playing Huey Lewis in the News.
Hit him with an axe.
Yeah,
Spoiler alert. Oh.
Where?
in his apartment.
I mean, where on the head? Or, an axe to the head.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't be fun.
No.
How about you pipe down, Sharon, and get back to shoving the Mary Kay products down your friends and family's throats on Facebook? It's Scissor Me Timbers now. And now they're going at each other. Now here we go.
I like it because then it turned it away from us.
Just for a few minutes. Anyone else grow up in the basement of a VFW? Cheap beer, spaghetti nights, and trying to avoid being cornered by Melvin, where he pressures me into coming over to see his, quote, train collection. That's from Gus Chigan's prospecting party. Doug, did you grow up in the basement of a VFW?
I didn't really. No, I was not a veteran of a foreign war myself, so I probably wouldn't have been welcomed.
Let's see what we got. Sharon, shut your wine-soaked lips. Nothing is okay when Tim's out. Never. That's from the 217. But then the 573 says Sharon is dead on. Things are so nice when the screaming douche is locked out. Doug and Marty in the morning is radio gold. Doug, that's the 573.
And Tim was actually here, but he was locked
was
out.
locked out.
He was on the other side of the wall. Wasn't allowed to enter. I saw a text yesterday. Eric in the Central West End said, all of those shows last week without Tim were garbage.
You can express your disdain for me, for all of us, for other listeners by texting in, by calling in, and by talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, longtime morning after sponsor and the sponsor of the YouTube chat. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And man, is it going to be a nice time to enjoy it here over the next few days. Doug, Jennings Randolph Jr. would say, come on out to Normandy. It's a Chamber of Commerce day. And that's what we got today. Sunny and a high 81. Tomorrow, sunny and a high 81. Thursday, sunny and a high of 86. The weekend looks good as well for the Cardinals and Reds. It is a glorious time to go out and enjoy St. Louis and some baseball and a Michelob Ultra, longtime sponsor here on the morning after. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. It is 8:03 in St. Louis. We close out the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour and head into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, this is the scene.
Okay.
What am I thinking of with Sussudio, though? Do you know what
I
I'm
just
thinking
don't
of?
know
It could
what
be
you're
in
thinking.
the film, but I think the famous, because he does like a whole soliloquy about Huey Lewis in the news in the preamble before murdering Jared Leto.
Spoiler alert.
As he's talking about Huey Lewis in the news, Doug, and their famous album Sports.
Yeah.
What was the title of the album?
Yeah.
Was that 1984?
I
Did
don't
that have
know the
New
years.
Drug on it?
I
And then there was litigation between Huey Lewis in the News and Ray Parker Jr. Who sued who there? Do you remember on Ghostbusters? Because Ray Parker Jr. allegedly stole the riff from I Want a New Drug for Ghostbusters.
Did he? I don't know. I just
Jackson will
don't-
play both of them coming back,
Okay.
and you'll be able to decide if they sound the same.
I know they sold a jillion albums when they released Sports, but what was the name of what was the purpose of the name Sports? Was there some
Maybe Huey
songs in
Lewis
there?
can
that was-
join us, Martin, as a surprise guest, and we can ask that question.
I know he was a big sports fan. He was a San Francisco Giants
Yeah.
fan.
Think the skipper could get us to Huey Lewis? Probably.
See it. Doug, Studio's playing when he sleeps with all the hookers.
Okay.
So when he's
That's what I thought, yeah.
filming himself.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I thought that.
But the Huey Lewis in the news thing, that like when
Doug, which scene is more famous? The Huey Lewis?
I didn't see the picture.
like when I think American Psycho, and I talk about it publicly, I talk about Huey Lewis in the news. When I think about it in my own personal thoughts, I think of what Tim's talking about.
But you're distancing yourself from my perversions.
Then he drops
That
a
was so
chainsaw.
sing-song.
Sure
He
was.
drops a chainsaw down the flight of stairs. It's crazy. You should watch American Psycho.
I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah, it's really weird.
And someone takes an axe to the head?
Jared Leto.
Huh.
And what's his? Is he 30 Seconds to Mars? Is that his band?
Yeah.
Is he kind of a method actor?
He's a real weirdo.
So you think he took a chainsaw to the head just to method act?
This might have been before he got kind of real weird because this
And he's
was
a singer,
2000.
too?
Yeah,
30 Seconds to Mars.
30 Seconds to Mars.
But he got his start on My So-Called Life with the anxious Claire Danes.
Yes.
Doug will talk more Claire Danes with Skip Schumaker, who will join us in the Polos Plus dossier at 9 o'clock. Also, Jamie Rivers is coming in studio to toss piddles around.
Yeah.
That's what he likes to do.
He does.
Yeah, that's coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. The
Oh,
design
Tim.
everything and cooling of the day.
Oh, no.
945.
The album 4. Oh, you said sports.
We got sports, and then there was 4.
4, F-O-R-E. I guess big into golf, huh? 1986. Sports was 83.
83.
Yeah, we're all around it.
It's an awful flick, Doug. Don't stain your brain. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Talking about American Psycho.
I don't have Facebook. I don't sell cosmetics. They're originally made for corpses. Try again. Love you 573. That's Sharon and Clayton responding to her fans. The Athletic, for whatever reason, does not have anybody covering the Cardinals this year after Katie Wu left to cover the Dodgers. So that's been disappointing as an Athletic subscriber. I love Jeremy Rutherford's work. I would like to have a Cardinal writer personally for my dollars that I pay. But they do have a story on the Cardinals this morning, Doug. But it is on the tarps off craze.
Okay.
The title of the article written by Candace Buckner is MLB tarps off craze has awakened baseball heaven with the bare truth. How about that? The place that calls itself baseball heaven is now filled with a bunch of shirtless dudes and women in bare chest novelty tees and kiddos who needed the permission from their moms to strip from the waist up, and those proudly showing off their hairy, hairy chests
Oh, gosh.
and pimply backs.
Oh,
Scars from surgeries and stretch marks from a life well lived.
she's ruining it for us.
Is this an email of the day?
It's the opening paragraph. They all congregate here in the right field bleachers of Busch Stadium. Every night it starts with just a handful of the bravest and youngest fans, but inning by inning, it spreads like a virus, infecting a crowd of all ages and body types. You catch that little laughter
I
that
did,
interjected
yeah.
to kind of
I
let you
caught it.
know?
Yeah.
United, they celebrate baseball with zeal, and the majority does so without their tarps, a.k.a. their upper body garments. Together, they have resurrected the cemetery where the Cardinal way went to die. These fans stand all game and cheer loudly, so loud that even the visitors in their dugout down the third base line can hear them. They are the new celestial beings protecting the great tradition in this gateway city, and they are the last thing you'd expect to originate through the St. Louis Cardinals. She then gives the background on what took place and now writes, best fans in baseball, put that on a billboard, haters, right above the Missouri-Illinois state line on I-70 West for all to see. I'm from here, grew up on gooey butters and pizza slices covered in Provel cheese and cut into squares, and I can assure you with great humility and Midwest modesty that St. Louis baseball does God's work. How about that?
Huh. So she's a big fan.
That's right.
Except for the pimples on the backs of some of the
That's correct.
fans.
How do you get pimply backs?
Acne back, I guess, is kind of a common thing.
They call it back knee.
Yeah.
And what causes it?
Probably sweat.
I saw her tweet 10 minutes ago. As Nelly would say, I'm a sucker for cornrows and manicured toes and tarps off. In St. Louis, I went to my hometown to experience a Cardinals game and the new trend. So she is from St. Louis.
I think she used to cover the Wizards, Doug. She used to cover the
I don't know.
John Wall?
I just don't know.
But she came here specifically to do a piece on tarps off. Okay.
That's been a fun thing. You think it can last the whole season?
Yes, I do. Team continues to play well. It'll be there.
And the summertime's perfect. Kids
Yeah.
are home from college. The high school kids can go down on a
Young tykes are
weeknight.
out there.
It is fun to see when you're at a game how it grows. You got 20 guys doing the chants, and then we got Doug's quarter zip trying. Okay, I got some
He's got the
new
chant.
lyrics, fellas. It's a couple paragraphs long. It's going to take some work.
Yeah, it was too long. Sorry.
Jugs in D.C. did not enjoy it. Give me an effing break.
He didn't like the article.
I guess so. And says, Tim, maybe you can or can't mention it, but have you asked JR about why the Cardinals don't have a writer? Feels like he might have at least slight insight. He might, but I mean, it's not something. And you did phrase it correctly, Jugs in D.C., that, you know, he's not going to air out his employer. But I do think the background on what happened is they were planning on hiring somebody, and my understanding was the Braves writer left for another opportunity. That caught them off guard, and understandably so, considering what the expectations were around baseball for the Cardinals. They chose to tend to the Braves vacancy before the Cardinal vacancy. But I would imagine, I mean, you know, this industry right now, you've got a whole lot of people who may want to do it, and not a whole lot of opportunities, at least where you're receiving a paycheck from an employer. And I would think that there would be somebody sitting there in their mid or late 20s going, I can cover the Cardinals. I'm on it. And I don't think it's going to cost you too much if you're the employer. So I think it's a great opportunity. So I'm surprised at this point, a third of the way through the season, they still don't have somebody.
Not surprised that they would pick Atlanta over St. Louis. Braves have got the best record in baseball.
Cuna's on a heater.
40 and 20. 9.5 games up on the Phillies.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
Well, maybe.
Is it Strauss?
Nope.
Doesn't sound like his brand. So he was probably mocking somebody.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Better in Chicago.
Party is on its way.
Yep.
Mocking was pretty much what he did for a living.
Yes.
Back knee is caused by not being able to wash your back properly on account of being too fat. Cottleville fatties, stand up. That's from Doug's prison wallet, and he is on Webster Grove side in the war with Cottleville.
Okay.
My back door doesn't open.
Oh. I'm just surprised that included in this woman's article was the fact that some of the tarps off people have back knee. This is what happens when the Cardinals can't hit.
This is what happens when they can't hit. That happened last night.
Yeah, 14 Ks, Doug. I sipped vino and ripped bag with Stacy the vacuum nose on the patio after a little tennis. It's summertime, baby. Lots of talent. You can always see a man's rope through his tennis shorts. Mushroom tip season, Doug. That's from the self-made, stay-at-home Laduma.
Oh, my.
So it sounds...
There was a lot going on that text.
She sipped vino and ripped bag with Stacy the vacuum nose?
What does that even mean? Was he dating an anteater?
She.
Yeah. What are you...
Oh, it's a guy.
You ever seen an anteater at the zoo? One of the most terrifying looking animals I've ever seen.
I know. But apparently no teeth.
Yeah, I don't care.
It just snorts ants.
I don't want to be on the business end of that snout.
No.
That's the vernacular I show up for every day.
Thank you.
Doug's prison wall would like to ask you a clarification. He is not on Webster Grove's side. He's not on Cottleville's side. He says, no, I hate Webster Grove's. A bunch of man whores out that way.
Oh, are there really?
Is that what Webster's known for? Man whores?
I didn't think so, but if he said it, it must be true.
I agree with you.
Triggered papers.
Yeah, I did. Why did you
I don't
enjoy
know.
that
It's
so
just
much?
so weird. It's like such like a weird thing to say about Webster. Just this like kind of sleepy little part of St. Louis.
It's known for man whores.
I guess. Do you think they're all like they like skulk down Lockwood there?
And just kind of hang out.
Yeah, that like 3-block section of Lockwood.
I guess.
Larry Nickel is complaining that you're not taking his call in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Papers got his hands full today.
That's all right. I got him on right now. You want a piece
That
of
was
that?
quick. That was
Wow,
quick.
look at that. That's instant service right there. I just went into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, saw 232 friends, and they're talking, including the Busty Billiken and Big Illusion and Larry Nickel, who says, I can't get through to do the wrestling recap. But Doug, I think he might be on right now. The
Okay.
Callie and Thompson phone lines.
Hello, Larry. Hello,
Hey, guys,
Larry.
what's up?
Yeah. Oh, Larry.
Yes, Doug.
Okay, there you are. All right. It's nice that we have you.
Why wouldn't Jackson take your call?
Every time I called in, I got the can't get through message.
Horrible.
Sorry.
All right.
Is that Jackson's fault?
I'm not blaming Jackson. It's just that I just couldn't get through.
Okay, that's fair.
How about what took place this weekend in Italy, Doug? Unbelievable.
What happened? What happened in Italy?
There was a premium live event called Clash in Italy.
Okay. At the Vatican, no doubt.
Roman Reigns beat Jacob Batu, and Becky Lynch was the only champion to lose her title.
Okay. Was that surprising to you?
Yeah, because she always finds a way to get it back.
Oh, okay. Was she retiring or something?
No.
No, because usually that's when someone will lose their title. Unless I've had enough.
Condescending tone there is just outstanding.
So what, they're just not as motivated anymore, and then that leaves a weakness, and they're exposed, and they lose the
No,
match?
because they write them off. If they're retiring for some reason, they've made enough money, or in her case, maybe she's going to have a child or something, and say, yeah, it's time for me to lose. And so the writers will say, all right, you'll lose in Italy. Could that be what
Doug?
happened here?
You are half right
Okay. What half?
about having a baby.
Oh,
Oh, is that right?
that's why
She's
she's
pregnant?
quitting?
No, she was pregnant when she was the Raw Women's Champion.
Congratulations.
Okay. But now she's out.
And then when they had the Money in the Bank ladder match at the World Headquarters,
Yeah.
they didn't know that the women's match was for the championship.
Who didn't know?
The female competitors in the ladies' Money in the Bank ladder match.
Why wouldn't they tell them?
They wanted to keep it as a prize.
Oh, okay.
Sure, whatever.
A surprise championship match.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what else happened over there?
Well, all the championships that were up for grabs were retained by the champions, except for the women's Intercontinental title match.
Yeah, that's what I understand. Anything else, though, unusual or
Any great Italian
newsworthy?
cameos? Did they bring out somebody of local note?
No, they did not.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. It was a good try, though, Martin. So what else do we need to know about this?
About what?
Well,
Last
about
night
what
I
you called
said
in
on
for.
Sunday night.
What?
Which night, Doug?
Oh, well, something happened last night that we need to know about?
Yes, there was, Doug. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Have any decent questions?
There were qualifying matches for the King and Queen of the Ring tournaments.
Okay.
For the King of the Ring, it was men's Intercontinental champion Penta,
Yeah.
Obafemi, Solo Sikoa, and Carmel Hayes. And the winner of the Fatal 4-Way was Oba Femi, who, by the way, got
Fenny.
beat by Brock Lesnar Sunday night.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yes. And then in the women's tournament for the Queen of the Ring,
Yeah.
it was Io Sky versus Roxanne Perez versus Lash Legend versus Julia. And the winner of that Fatal 4-Way for the Queen of the Ring tournament was Io Sky.
Okay. Pretty exciting stuff.
Larry, what do you,
And there was
Larry?
something-
Larry, are you taking questions?
Yes, I am, Martin.
Okay, thank you. What are you watching right now?
The station that you work at.
Oh, there it is. That's why Larry is a great American. Strong call.
Wow.
Strong call.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal?
Yes, I do, Tim. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Number 5 will be Mexico.
Okay.
Number 4 will be Greenland.
Greenland. All right.
Number 3 will be Italy.
All right.
Number 2, Canada.
Yeah.
Number 1, United States of America.
There it is. Well,
It's nice.
so Leonard Skinner.
Nice to have that in our back pocket.
This is still the Cardinal victory song?
That's
is
right.
it?
Larry, God bless you and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is.
All
It's
right,
Larry
Nick
Nickel with us, giving us the rankings and also the update. Did you watch any of that? It was fun to see Italy being treated to some American culture.
I missed it somehow, some way. I missed it. Did you watch
It's America. Yeah, what, are you going to judge me?
But the cat.
it? So that was a big pay-per-view they had in Italy, I guess.
What a treat.
Well, I missed it. I didn't even know what was going on.
Doug's prison wallet does not think Larry was being honest about watching the 2 Fox and was watching a rerun of Murder, She Wrote with the great Angela Lansbury.
Yeah.
Murder, she wrote.
Pat Summerall.
It's even longer than that. Murder. She wrote.
Nice.
Skip Schumaker coming up at 9 o'clock. Jamie Rivers in studio. Also coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate in the presentation. Martin, you know anything about Seth Goldcamp's business?
I do. Thanks for asking. Design Air, longest running sponsor on TMA, but also a family owned and operated business for more than a century. So that means they've been making sure folks in St. Louis are comfortable year round. Technology's changed, but their commitment to you, the customer, has not. They just got a great team. We talk about it all the time. Great employees, so when they're doing a repair or a replacement, if you need a brand new unit, Design Air is the company to go with, or for all your repairs year-round. Sign up for a maintenance plan. That way you know you are covered. They get in there. I think I've got a maintenance tune-up scheduled for next week. They're going to come out and make sure everything's running properly before summer takes hold. DesignairService.com is the website where you can sign up for that plan or set up your appointment. So many great reviews online, but also just the feedback we get from the listeners when they have Design Air come out to do a repair. Furnace in the winter, AC in the summer, you're always getting the best. It's family owned and operated. Seth Goldcamp, still really proud of the fact it's a family started business, and they've kept it in the family. It's not been sold to some out of town folks. Based here in St. Louis for the best year-round. It's designerservice.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Baths. Man, Martin was showing us pictures of the work that they did at his house. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Michael's Baths creates elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. They're online at michaelsbaths.com or by calling 636-775-0880. From sleek tub to shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical, Michael's Baths handles every detail, and now they're offering a new premium wall option designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. We had a call with the people at Michael's Baths about a month ago, and I asked them specifically, I said, what separates you from other people in your industry? And he said, this is real simple. He said, we are going to save the customers money, but the work is still going to be top of the line, and I can see it firsthand with what they've done at Martin's Home. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation, built to last and built to add value to your home. At michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. Doesn't sound like Huey Lewis, New Drug, or Ray Parker Jr. Ghostbusters to me, Jackson.
Just didn't make a lot of sense.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that's what we were doing, but I can do that.
Is there
I can
a
have
theme?
you play the audio back for me if you'll find it and play it.
Yeah.
Why are we hearing from the great Kenny Loggins?
I don't know.
This is what happens when a guy gets a full head of hair.
It feels like he's giving up.
Rest.
9 o'clock, Skip Schumaker will be with us here on the Polos Plus dossier. Jamie Rivers dropping by the Stiefel Studios as well. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today comes your way at 9:45 here on the morning after. You can watch the program on the TMA STL YouTube channel and join in the conversation there with 247 of your closest friends, including the TMA remote lamp who says Marsh's Sports Center updates cucks Jackson's. He spells your name Jaxon, and you don't like that, right?
It's not my name.
Well, it sounds the same.
Yes, but that's not how you spell it.
No, it sure isn't.
That's a key. Yeah, everyone's Sports Center updates are better than mine. 100%. Not going to hide from that fact.
There you
I
go.
disagree.
But I don't care.
Oh, my God, there's this attitude.
Wow.
No.
He went to like cool school.
Yeah, cool school.
And now he came back and he just doesn't give a rip.
Is that CBC? Is CBC cool school?
No, I feel like it's you leave town. Like you were gone for the weekend. You went to cool school. There's some workshops, how to carry yourself, not to be deterred, and maybe even like a look that you give. It's a little bit of, I'm better than you.
It's a vibe for sure.
Papers, we have Skip talking about what his favorite memory in St. Louis?
Some of his favorite memories.
Okay, here.
Wearing this jersey, I'm not sure I can say that, the specific memory that I want to say, but especially we got Murph over here, so he doesn't want me to mention
It's
too
an
many.
anniversary or something, right?
So, but I think as far as the memory, gosh, I mean, there's just a lot of winning and a lot of good people in my career that I was fortunate to be around. So a Hall of Fame manager, a bunch of Hall of Fame players, and then Hall of Fame people. So yeah, we definitely, it's fun to win the World Series. It's a great memory to have. Sorry, but I will say that like at the end of the day, it's about the people, and it still holds true today.
The Murph he's referring to, I believe, is David Murphy, who made the last out in the 2011 World Series.
And is he on the staff? I'm guessing the Rangers staff.
He's on the
I'm assuming.
broadcast team, I believe. Okay. He is part of what was Fox Sports Southwest. I don't know what it's called now. Might be Bill's Channel. Come watch the Rangers on Bill's.
Bill's Channel.
Right. But yes, and Murphy was on that podcast where Carpenter was on. It's the one with
To the Majors.
To the Majors.
Kevin Pillar.
Kevin Pillar. Cody Allen.
Yeah.
And, well, he broke that down, too. He went into the detail on the Bendy Chavez, Nelson Cruz thing. But he's like, if we would have won that game, does it really change my life that much? I don't know. I mean, I guess I can say I'm a World Series champion, but it's like you can tell, and hey, understandably so. I'm sure the guys who are on the 1985 Cardinals, have to navigate that being as close as they were, and in that case, having it at least in some capacity taken from you, but that they rationalize it since both Derek Holland and Murphy were on that podcast here within the last month.
Pretty similar. Game 6, on the road, and you're ready for the champagne. Think about it, Doug.
Yeah.
Think about it. The 85 Cardinals on the road at Kansas City Stadium.
Right, had it won and taken away from them. Heartbreaking. I'm sure that sticks with you forever,
Right.
till your dying days.
So then you go on a podcast and you start talking about it, and then it's how they rationalize what took place. In Holland's case, he's pissed that people blame Nelson Cruz, and in Murphy's case, he was saying, in the whole scheme of things, I don't really know how much my life would have changed had he caught that ball. But he said they were just mentally exhausted by the time that Game 7 rolled around, and were like, once the Cardinals came back, we knew we weren't coming back. It wasn't going to happen. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. I feel like Marty might find this interesting. My dad was a musician in San Francisco back in the 70s and 80s. Eddie Money's band would practice in my dad's garage before they got famous. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Oh, I do like that.
Huh, nice little anecdote.
Yeah,
Eddie
wonderful
Money.
anecdote. Yeah.
And Eddie Money was a New York
police officer?
New York City police. Eddie Mahoney or something. Good New York police officer.
The amateur proctologist is not impressed. It's old news. So somehow the amateur proctologist is friends with Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures of his wife. In this case, a lovely anecdote about Doug. You remember "Take Me Home Tonight" with Ronnie?
Yeah.
Ronnie Spector, right?
I think so. I was just thinking, if there's one thing you don't want to be an amateur at, it's proctology.
Makes you say that?
Well, that's his name, the amateur proctologist. So he's still just...
It's going to hurt business, you're saying?
He has to practice that?
Sounds like you're king.
Why would a doctor want to get into that end of medicine?
Amateur proctologist. Now you can call in.
Proctology.
At 314-974-0101.
Occupation shaming?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just wondering why. I mean, it seems like a rough way to go if you're a doctor, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Guys, can we get back to that Sharon and Clayton has never flown private? That's not getting enough attention on the show. Her money smells new to me. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux
We need to
mom.
get back to it.
Doug,
Enough attention.
Well, how do we know her situation?
Well, the
How many
self-made
people do
stay-at-home
fly?
Ledoux mom says her money smells new.
Is that not good? They actually made the money themselves? Is that a bad thing?
Now the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is back. Sharon, what club do you belong to? Oh, wait, you don't.
Oh,
it's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and she wants a piece of Sharon because her money smells new. Doug, do you distinguish between old money and new money in your travels?
No, I think I would be more proud of new money than old, because new, you did something to get it.
What are you trying
Old,
to say?
Old, you just inherited it. You did nothing.
Not getting an invite to Long Cabin.
No. Oh, God, no. No. Oh, my word. Oh, no. What is the context on that?
Context? Higgs like, hey, I got an idea for the show. No!
Cryo.
Yeah, what am I, berate management for some free stuff? No.
Newsflash, Doug, you prude. People have butts and prostates. Grow up.
They sure do, but it's not like I want to spend a career looking at them or putting my fingers up there.
Easy.
I mean, if you could be a doctor of anything, wouldn't that be like the last thing you would want to be a doctor of?
I mean, you can. I don't mean to. This is obviously comedy, but people got colon cancer, and it's very serious
Well,
stuff.
sure. I'm not
that?
saying it's not serious. It's
typical.
Actually, it's
a
both
vital
cool and serious.
Well,
but
no,
it's cool
I'm
and
not. I'm
serious.
saying like
It's a
you're like
vital
saying
part.
it's like you're kind of making it seem like it's like all you're doing is looking at butts, but it's like you know.
Of course,
Martin
it's
just put his head in his
extremely
hands. He's down.
important.
He's down. Cool and serious school. Where's cool and serious
I just don't mean to get serious, but there are people who die of colon cancer at a young age. Chadwick Boseman.
All the time, yeah.
And so if you're someone who's in that industry and can help save people's lives, that's why you do it.
I guess.
Would you like to apologize
I'm
to
sure there's a
Jackson?
lot of money. I'm not saying it's not important. It's extremely important. I'm just saying if you're a doctor, wouldn't you rather do something that doesn't involve that, like every day of your...
Well, they're there to save
career.
lives, Doug.
I guess I'm sure
That's what
they
us
are.
cool people are thinking.
Yeah.
Right, Papers? Can I be cool, too?
You're the coolest, Martin.
How about that? Clip that off. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom belongs to Whitmore. That's from Warson Woods Wacko and Doug. Now we're in the process of country club shaming.
I like that.
We've
Whitmore.
gone from zip code shaming to country club shaming.
But if
here.
you lived out that way, wouldn't you rather belong to Whitmore than...
Oh, it's a beautiful area. Beautiful
Yeah.
homes.
Oh, yeah. But not good enough for some of the elites in our audience.
That's right.
Simply not good enough.
Doug, could you tell me about Mark Milton, who is elite when it comes to being a tax attorney?
Oh, is the elitist of the elite.
Nice.
When it comes to tax resolution. He is just a fantastic attorney, one of the tops in the nation in his field. In fact, he worked for the Department of Justice Tax Division right there in Washington, D.C., where for a while, and he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. If you have any kind of tax problems at all, unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that type of thing, or maybe even worse, you're facing IRS criminal investigation, Mark Milton is definitely the guy you need to know and contact. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve any kind of tax problems they might have with the godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton, big-time Billiken basketball fan, sits right there courtside, season tickets. He is the Jack Nicholson of Billiken basketball, and he can also be the Jack Nicholson of tax resolution groups. stltaxlawyer.com again is the website. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has responded, I don't even know what a Whitmore is. So she is saying that she is not familiar with the allegations being sent
It's
her
a beautiful country
way.
club.
218s, I think?
Yeah, I think they got 36 out there.
Let's go get some work in.
Huge pool.
Let's see if we can compress the ball. See if we can compress it and just lower that dynamic loft.
I don't know that I can do that at Whitmore any better than anywhere else.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Rangers manager Skip Schumaker coming up at the top of the hour. That is in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Hurricanes, Golden Knights, pregame 6:30, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, this is Huey Lewis. It's just not new drug.
Oh. Okay.
I thought you just wanted some off of sports, a selection off of sports.
No, we had a conversation about the litigation between Ray Parker Jr. and Huey Lewis in the news. Ray Parker Jr. alleged to have stolen the beat for Ghostbusters. Have you seen Ghostbusters?
Yes.
Good?
Yeah, of course.
Here. So you hear that, Doug? All right.
Yeah.
Now, if papers, you can pull up Ray Parker Jr., Ghostbusters. There was litigation between the two.
Okay.
That's what the backstory on Huey Lewis and the album was sports. That's how the topic came up.
All right.
That is how the topic came up.
So from now on, when people say, talk sports, we'll just immediately go to Huey Lewis.
See?
And talk about the album.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was it
This
settled?
song's just better.
Doug, do you hear the similarities?
Well, yeah. But that's okay. Is anybody really bothered by it?
Well,
Martin's
it went to
pissed.
litigation, and Martin's furious. That's considered to be one of music history's most famous plagiarism disputes. The producers of Ghostbusters initially approached Huey Lewis to write the film's theme song, but he declined due to his touring schedule. The filmmakers had reportedly used Lewis's song, I Want a New Drug, as a temporary background music during the editing phase. Parker then was hired to write the official theme under a strict deadline and was given the footage containing Lewis's track playing in the background. So it wasn't just like it sounds like it. There was actual history that Huey Lewis was asked to be the guy to write the song. And then, as it turns out, he couldn't do it because he was touring. They bring in Ray Parker Jr., and now the next thing you know.
Okay.
they
So
used
how did the
backing
story
track.
end up? How did it play out?
The legal battles spanned decades.
Oh, gosh.
Decades.
Both artists have generally moved past the bad blood. In interviews later, Parker even noted that Ghostbusters remains his favorite song. But Huey Lewis sued Parker and Columbia Pictures for copyright infringement, and the case was settled out of court in '85 for an undisclosed sum, and both parties signed strict confidentiality agreements. During a 2001 episode of VH1's Behind the Music, Huey Lewis discussed the settlement, which violated the confidentiality agreement.
Oh, no.
Parker then sued Lewis for breaching the contract and won an undisclosed payout.
Oh.
I got to tell you, you signed the confidentiality agreement,
Yeah.
and then the other guy breaches it. F him.
Sue him.
God bless. Ray Parker Jr. did.
Mr. Lewis will join you, gentlemen, but no discussion at all about the bad blood, please, with Mr. Parker.
Yeah, we had that happen with Elizabeth Berkley and Showgirls.
Mm-hmm.
That was a specific request from the PR folk.
Did that just ruin her career, that movie?
Papers?
Because she was very young
do
when
much
she
after.
did that, right?
Yeah, 95. And I don't believe she did much after that.
She did our show.
Right, so you got that.
Is that listed as a credit?
But when you're running it back, well, was she in the L Word? Yeah, she was in the L Word. So she worked, you know.
Okay.
So it wasn't like, yeah, completely. But I think her career as a leading lady might have fallen by the wayside because she then reprised her role of Jessie Spano in the Saved by the Bell reboot, which generally speaking is not a great sign when you're reprising your role for a reboot
Right.
25 years
Because
later.
you have nothing else. I guess.
Enough music, Kurt Loder. Talk sports!
Oh, that's right. We got to remember that.
Rusty Pecker. Skip Schumaker will talk sports with us coming up here in
What
about
if he doesn't want to talk sports?
6 minutes. Maybe he wants to talk Ghostbusters, Huey Lewis in the news. We can do that as well. You are also welcome to support the sponsors because the sponsors make the program possible, such as James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And he's my insurance agent. He's also now Jackson's insurance agent as well. Jamie Rivers, who's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour, made the switch. So did the guys on BK and Ferrario. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Got this email yesterday late in the program. Tim, I'm one of the many longtime listeners who don't write or text in, but I love the show and support some of your sponsors. I just wanted to share that James Carlton is everything you guys say he is and more. He responded to me on a not that important question on Saturday evening and then to a follow-up question on Sunday. Furthermore, his staff is just as good and as thoughtful. I would give him 6 stars on Google if I could. That comes from a listener who sent that email to me via the TMA STL app. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Skip Schumaker joining us next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and the twos. And we welcome to the program friend of the show, Rangers manager Skip Schumaker. Morning, Skip.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, it's good to be back in St. Louis. A lot of familiar faces from the other side. Always good to catch up with the coaching staff and the field crew and media personalities. So it's been a fun couple of days so far.
So what's the story of the T-shirt? Because Ali Marmol is walking around with a Skip Schumaker T-shirt on. And you said he wasn't supposed to put it on immediately?
Ollie and I have a really good relationship, and throughout the last couple of years, we would send stuff over whenever, each one of us would come into town. So when we would arrive, something on our desk, kind of in a joking manner, would be sitting there. That T-shirt was a giveaway a couple days ago, and there was, I know, shockingly, there's a lot of extras laying around in Texas. So I decided to bring a couple with me and present him to Ollie and have him on his desk when he showed up. But the last thing I thought was he was going to wear him during batting practice. So touche, good for him. And that was it's just a funny kind of say hello to Ollie when we got to St. Louis, but I wasn't expecting him to wear it during BP, that's for sure.
I was telling the story earlier, you Ollie's first year as the manager, 2022, you're the bench coach, but it took a little back and forth. Like it's not that you didn't want to be here, but it was a commitment with the family and all that, and yet it turned out to be a great moment in just kind of launching your managerial career.
Yeah, I did. I didn't know what the next step was for me. And Ollie got the job here in St. Louis, and we had a conversation. And, initially I just didn't know if I wanted to leave my young family in California. And that was really a hard decision to make. And my wife was, wanted me to pursue it. And, if there was one place to go, was St. Louis. It was an easy flight, and Ollie made it very, very easy for me. And the relationship was, we hit it off right away. And listen, I owe Ollie a lot. He took a chance on me. We had a relationship, but it wasn't like a really tight one before him hiring me. And, he propelled me to, become a manager the following year. So I owe Ollie a lot. I learned a lot from him, and it was a really, really fun year.
When you were a young player especially, were you thinking that someday maybe you'd want to manage?
Never once. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I never thought about managing when I was playing. I was just trying to survive, to be honest with you, trying to stay up here, not get optioned for the 18th time, and try to be, as good as I could for as long as I could. And once I was done, there's a second part to your career, second part to life, because most guys are done at 35, 36 years old. And what was the next step for me? And my wife told me when I retired, I'm not your hobby. So that was number one. So I had to figure out something to do. And that ended up being the way to go, the route to go. And I just ended up, loving coaching. And here I am managing now for the, I guess, fourth year.
How did the Texas come about? Was it through Chris Young? Because obviously you had success in Miami, then they went in a different direction, so you were able to leave there. And then it seemed like a good situation because Bruce Bochy had one more year to go. How did that all happen?
Yeah, when I left Miami, obviously I became a free agent, and I did some interviews for managerial jobs, but I decided to pull my name out, and it didn't feel like the right time. I just didn't want to take another job just to say I'm a manager. I wanted to make sure I was around the right people, the right organization, and wanted to have fun coming to work every single day and an organization that was about winning. Michael Young, Chris Young, Ian Kinsler, Nick Hundley, I had really good relationships with them throughout my career, and they're all Texas Rangers. So they offered me a special assistant job right away. And it felt like a no-brainer to join an organization that just came off a World Series a few years prior. And, I got to learn from Bruce Bochy and get to watch from a potential Hall of Famer, or a future Hall of Famer, I should say, do do his thing, and which was really great for me. And I also got to have a little reset in my life where I got to spend time at home with my family, but also watch a Hall of Famer do his thing. And then this progression just kind of happened.
Is managing more fun, more pressure, maybe even more work than being a player?
I think being a player was much more challenging because, you do whatever you can as a manager to put the players in the right position to succeed. That's the goal. And your job is wins and losses. And, you'll get fired eventually. We all do. But you have to do whatever you can with the roster you're given. As a player, it is a daily grind of trying to survive in the most challenging environment, trying to hit 95 and trying to field the baseball, which we all know wasn't very good at. And so it's much more challenging for me as a player over 162 than managing.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. People don't probably appreciate the day-to-day struggle, unless you're a superstar, the day-to-day struggle of just trying to stay in the major leagues as a player.
Well, I actually think it's harder as a superstar, to be honest with you, because the pressure of, carrying a team every single day is real. And, I don't think the superstar, really understands, the challenge of a utility guy coming off the bench and pitch hitting. And I don't think the utility guy really understands the gravity of being a superstar and being the face of a franchise and being the guy. If you don't win, you're the one facing the cameras every single day, and you're the one that's supposed to be leading the clubhouse. And there is a ton of responsibility when you're signing a $300 million contract as opposed to a guy that's making a couple $1 million a year. So I think it's both. I think there's pressures with every guy on the roster in different ways.
Are you surprised that Albert wants to do it? We joke, hey, go buy an island and just live your life. But he is, interviewed for jobs. He's done it in the off season and down in the Dominican, and he seems pretty passionate about this idea. What's your love? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think Albert can, he's fortunate to do whatever he wants, right? Because of the career that he's had, obviously a Hall of Famer. And, but I think he has, I think when you retire, it doesn't matter who you are, you search for competition. And he wants to challenge himself. I think he's good with, he's really good on MLB Network, and he's good on camera and all that stuff. He did a good job at the WBC. But Albert is a special man. He's a leader. I think he wants a challenge and to lead an organization to try to win a World Series. And I think he's built for it. I don't think every superstar can do it, but I absolutely think Albert Pujols is built for it and made for it. And I think it's only a matter of time before he takes over an organization.
There haven't been too many players of his caliber that were successful managers. Maybe it's hard for them to understand why some people don't hit 340 with 45 home runs every year.
I don't know that because I've never done it. So maybe. But I think that, again, Albert, it's not like it came easy to him. The guy worked every single day. And I think that's it's different for some superstars can wake up and, just they go to work and at 7 o'clock they get 3 hits. Albert could do that. Don't get me wrong. But this guy was grinding in the cage from 1 o'clock on and studying video and trying to find different ways to help his teammates win and get better. And he was so passionate about being a really good teammate that's why I think he's going to be a really good coach and end up being a really good manager as well. It wasn't just I'm going to show up and, get 3 hits and drive in a couple. Like, he really cared. When I made my transition from outfield to infield at 7 a.m. in spring training, he was out there with me and Jose Oquendo. He didn't have, what other superstar is going to be out there that's already won an MVP, that's already won Gold Gloves, that's already won a World Series championship, is out there watching me take ground balls. Not too many other guys do that, and that's why he's so special.
Did you ever try to get Holiday on your staff? I feel like you'd talk to him about doing some role. And he used to be our buddy. He's ghosted us. I even told him Skip would be on the show. What's Holiday doing now other than trying to sell his house? And was he ever going to coach with you?
Yeah, I think Holiday, he's got a young family. I don't think there's any, obviously he had almost became a bench coach here a couple of years ago. But, I think Matt has 2 still kids in high school that I think once they get out of the house, he might jump in. But another really special a human being, first of all, but a really bright baseball mind. And I think as soon as his kids get out of the house, I think that's when he jumps in. There's no doubt about that he can manage one day as well. I could absolutely see that happening. But I do think that that he's such a family man. He's got obviously 2 kids that are, one in the big leagues, one that's about to be in the another one that's about to be in the big leagues, and 2 young ones that I think once they get out of the house, then I think he might pivot.
Skip, you were talking about the experience and the pressure, and then Doug and Martin talking about the superstars who get into managing or start working in front offices. We now see what's going on with Buster Posey taking on the role in San Francisco. Outside of the element of the money players are able to make, there's also the pressure that you guys were referencing, and I'm curious, would losses eat at you as a player? And then compare that experience when you're a manager and it's a loss. And I also would put under that a subset of the following. When a player just doesn't execute, but you've got to wear it as the manager. You can't say anything about it. Or where you look at one of your decisions and does that keep you up or wake you up in the middle of the night? So what is that experience, comparatively speaking, following a loss from the player to the manager side?
I think both. I think the moves always eat at you as a manager of what you could have done, especially bullpen wise. Could you put another guy in there that could have thrown up a 0, and then you kick yourself for maybe holding a guy on, or keeping a guy out there too long, or what you could have done differently. You always think about that part of it. As a player as well, as you go home at night and you think about what you could have done to help your team win the game, and were you the reason why you lost the game, or what you could have done better. So I think it's both. I think you're answering a lot more questions as a manager of, and getting second guessed a heck of a lot more than you are as a player, obviously, because you don't have to answer to everything, every move that a manager makes as a player. But as a manager, you have to be ready to take shots, and you have to protect the clubhouse. The last thing you want to do is throw any player under the bus, and because they read everything, they watch everything. And, but the other side of this thing is you have to tell the truth. You can't BS the media guys, because they have a job to do as well, and you don't want to lose their trust. So it's a fine line, how you go about it as a manager. You're on camera 3 times a day, it feels like, pre, post, and during the game. And so you just have to be careful navigating, what you talk about a player, his production, and you always, go back to how you can get them better. And, to me, I always put the blame on myself, wins and losses, or mostly the losses, just because of the moves that I could have done or I should have made to put our guys in a better spot to win.
We oftentimes hear, and this isn't limited to any particular organization, but that front offices are dictating moves, or analytics are dictating moves. I feel like your former manager, Tony La Russa, got back into it to kind of prove that the famous men, not machines, human element is such an important intangible that numbers can't dictate. How much for you do you lean on analytics? How much for you do you lean on intuition and being a former player and knowing some things or trusting some things that wouldn't necessarily be conveyed through numbers?
Well, Tony, the first thing he told me when I got the job was, make sure you make the move that you're trusting your gut, and not make a move to cover your butt. And I think that is a very true statement. However, in the world today of analytics, with projections and different pockets to use guys in, all of that is extremely helpful. And I think, you'd be crazy as a manager in today's game to not to use the analytics and just think that you know it all without, this really useful tool. I will say that the tool of the projections and this, kind of piece of paper that you do get from the front office, they don't always understand the human element where, the guy that is projected to do really well tomorrow is also grinding in the cage right now and doesn't feel like he has a chance in heck to get a hit tonight. Or the guy in the bullpen has pitched 2 out of 3 games and is down tonight. So all of that stuff is also real. And I think the last thing is, what you can't do is be a puppet. And so that clubhouse, if they think that you are doing everything based on front office decisions, then why are you here? Why are you managing? And I think that's you have to make sure that you're very careful on making sure the clubhouse knows that you're managing, you're using analytics, and you're using projections. There's no doubt about it, about lineup construction or bullpen matchups. However, ultimately, the wins or the moves are made by me and not a piece of paper.
And the fact that you played the game, and you joke about your career, but you played for a long time. When you pull a player in or talk to him, whatever, I would think that always carries a little bit of weight, because you can say, listen, I got sent down this one time, or I was up there in a big moment. I mean, how often can you relay to a player something that you experienced during your career?
Very often. I think that there's a human element, and there's also street cred. And what I mean by that is I hired a staff that, is obviously really good at baseball, and their baseball minds, and they, are hired to get guys better and to cover my blind spots. But I also have a couple guys on my staff that have won a World Series as a player. They've played a long time in the major leagues. I have Travis Jankowski, who reminds me a lot of John Jay at first base now. I have Rod Barajas, who sits next to me and, caught in a World Series and a winner, and has played 14 years. And so I needed to guys around that have done it before, that have street cred, that guys can come up to and talk to about what they're feeling, because they've been through it before. On the flip side, I don't think you have to have every guy on the staff to have that part, as long as they are have an understanding of how you can get the player better. At the end of the day, that's really what the player wants to know.
Well, what do you think is the ceiling on this the current Ranger team you've got? Is this a team that can go a long way?
What do you want me to say to that?
Well, I would.
Yeah, I mean, I have Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi on the mound, and I have.
Thanks for saving him for this trip.
Wyatt Langford coming back off the injured list. So, listen, I think every manager believes in their team, or they wouldn't be here, right? Like, that is, you have to have this crazy, delusional belief in your team and in the player that you are going to win every single day when you step on that field. If you don't think that, you shouldn't have this. You shouldn't be in the seat. And I think there's 30 managers out there right now that they believe that any time that they can get on a run and make a push and make this thing interesting and try to get meaningful games in September, to get into meaningful games in September. If you don't think that, quite honestly, you shouldn't be a manager. That's just my opinion. And I don't think, I think that would be my answer, no matter what part of the season we're in, unless it's August and September and we're completely out of it. We're in beginning of June. And I believe that, we have a chance to, when healthy, make a real run at this thing in a division that really hasn't taken over. No one's really taken over the division. We still have a really good chance to make a run.
Yeah, 2.5 games back, as we said. It's interesting that you say that and you clearly believe it. That is a textbook, intangible leadership trait. I don't know if you listen to it at all, Skip. You're obviously busy managing a Major League Baseball team, but I really like Greg Olson's podcast on youth sports, and they were talking about coaches and managers, and one of the most important things for a coach manager really at any level is to communicate belief to their players. Otherwise, how are they going to lead? And so that is something that clearly you passionately feel, and as you described, you almost have to have like this delusional belief to be able to communicate that and lead. Is that something that you think you've just always had, or is that a learned thing from being in the position you have been in?
I don't think as a player you get to the big leagues and stay unless you're some sort of crazy and delusional. I used to think delusional was a bad thing. Mm-hmm. Now I believe delusional is like a real quality trait. You have to believe that you are the best ever and not be cocky about it or arrogant about it, but you have to believe that every single day and find ways to motivate yourself every single day that you are the guy in the right position for this job at the major league level. I mean, there's only 20,000 or so, whatever, 25,000 that's ever played this game. So what makes you so special, right? I mean, that's what so you have to believe that in your brain, that you are the guy, and this crazy delusion that you are going to be great, that not only that day, but, in your career. And I think every major leaguer, has that really really that crazy belief, and it's no different as a manager. And I think if you don't provide that to the player, again, you can't be as a big leaguer. They will see right through you. And so you have to find different ways to motivate these guys. You have to bring something to them every single day if they ask you a question. And then you have to give them this like you're ready for today type of culture, or have that culture with the coaching staff and yourself for this thing to really work over 162.
Yeah, and that's awesome. That's something I think a lot of people love hearing, that kind of fire. I bring up youth sports because something that was covered in Dallas is you stepping away for a day to be at your son's high school graduation, and he is headed to TCU to play baseball. What has that experience been like? You've experienced it. We've talked plenty about you as a player, of course, as a manager with both the Marlins, a coach here in St. Louis, and now manager with Texas. But then it's a different ball game, man, when you're watching your son play the game and obviously have success.
Yeah, I was, I was in Miami 3 years ago, and my son signed as a freshman in high school, or committed to TCU. So obviously being a Texas Ranger wasn't even on my radar. Mm-hmm. So for all this to happen, where it's 20 minutes away from the Dallas house that we bought this year, 30 minutes away from Arlington, where Globe Life is, to be able to have that, you miss a lot of time as a dad being in this game and missing your kids' games and everything else. So to be able to make up for that, him being so close, grabbing a coffee in the morning, him needing laundry done, whatever, I'm very grateful for. And seeing him graduate was a great experience. Being a dad, watching your kids play it's hard. It's nerve-wracking. I'm probably more nervous watching him play than sometimes managing a Major League Baseball game, which is crazy to say. And I got to watch him. He made Team USA this offseason. I got to watch him in Japan play on the biggest stage. Very grateful to be able to see that live. And I'm just so excited that, my kids, get to play the, games that they love. I have a daughter that's 16 that plays soccer. And I will tell you that, it's their journey. It's not mine. I want to be dad. I don't want to be coach. And I really try to make that a thing for them, and always try to be their biggest supporter and not their biggest critic. That's also really important to me. And I'm excited to watch him play in college baseball here pretty soon.
How would you sum up your St. Louis time? If you think about it, coming up, Albert's there already, Tony's there already, Holiday comes along. You get there you're around in 06 when they win, and then you're a big part of it in 2011. I mean, I would think for somebody who probably grew up wanting to be a big leaguer, that's a pretty fun time to be a Cardinal.
It was the best. I mean, you don't get, a guy in my seat being a fifth rounder, you don't get to decide where you get drafted or who you get drafted by. And I was very, very, very blessed to be drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals in a time where they were about winning. Tony La Russa was the manager. Albert Pujols was already in the, here winning a World Series. And Jim Edmonds and Reggie Sanders and Larry Walker. And I just been around such a good group of guys that empowered me and helped me. And not only as a player, but as a person. Wainwright, I became a Christian because of Wainwright. I mean, there's a number of things that I credit the St. Louis organization for what's happened in my life, and not just as a player, but as a person. So I couldn't imagine a better organization to grow up in.
I believe I saw the stat. You were 2 for 3 against DeGrom in your career. Did you remind? Is that accurate?
Wow. Yeah, I got a couple hits against him and Eovaldi. So the fact that they're still playing and doing it at an elite level, and it is crazy to think about.
Well, next time you come back, let DeGrom and Eovaldi pitch elsewhere, okay?
I definitely like them pitching every fifth day. There's no doubt about it.
Skip, we appreciate the time. Really enjoyed the conversation as well. Great to have you back in St. Louis. Thrilled for your success, your family's success as well. And thanks for taking time out of your morning to join us here on the show. I know a lot of listeners love hearing from you and are happy for you as well. So thanks so much.
You got it, guys. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, man. That's Skip Schumaker, Rangers manager, with us here on The Morning After 101 ESPN. Great to talk it over with him.
Just a quality guy.
Yeah.
Through and through. You can just hear it.
Yeah, you can tell This is what we were talking about, and I don't know what year that was that he was on with us. And we got done, and I mean, we had been around him in the clubhouse before and at spring training and all that. But when he came on, like I said, I think he was with the Reds, and I go, God, that guy, whether it's a manager, broadcaster, whatever it is, you can just tell he's got it, and you can hear it. I mean, those are kind of those traits that you think about, whether it be, I don't know, whoever it would be in your life, whether it be a coach, or, perhaps a boss or somebody that you have met. That you go, okay, that guy clearly is a leader. And that translates, and that explains why he has had the opportunities and the success that he has had. And I like that. And you used to think that delusion is a bad thing, but as he's grown up and gotten wiser, he feels like actually, weirdly, it's a good thing because you've got to believe. Otherwise, there's no way in the world that's ever going to happen.
I think what you're saying is he's a good baseball man.
Hold on a second.
That could have been what that is.
Now, what is that?
Maybe we've defined a good baseball man.
And he's right. 5th-round pick. Let's say you get picked by Seattle, a fine organization. You just go there, and maybe you're lucky enough to get to the big leagues, and you hang around for 7-8 years and go to a couple other teams. That's where you ended up. You didn't end up on a team that happened to have La Russa, and Pujols, and Roland, and Edmonds. I mean, it just, as he said, 5th rounder, you have no clue where you're going, and just ended up here at the perfect time.
Sounds like he could be managing his son at some point.
Yeah, but then
who gets a college scholarship as a freshman? That's pretty unusual stuff.
At TCU.
Yeah, and also playing for Team USA.
Yeah.
Sounds like a future first-round pick.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And so he got a lot of praise in Dallas for stepping away for that day to go to his son Brody's high school graduation, where he, as Skip noted, I mean, what are the chances he commits to TCU as a freshman, Skip's in Miami, and then where do they wind up? In Dallas, and he will be right there, close to that Fort Worth campus. Your thoughts on what Skip Schumaker had to say? What did you think? 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in. Then you've got the TMASTL YouTube channel from the 618. Great interview from the 314. I criticize you guys enough for not having sports on, and I flipped it on this morning just a moment ago, and I heard an actual sports interview. Keep up that good work. That is from the 314. That is from the 314. You're welcome to text in. You're welcome to also comment in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well. We've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We had the folks from Michael's Baths come out in January, and we said, take a look at this bathroom. And this is the kids' bathroom. It's old. It's beat up. It needs to be refreshed. They put a plan together, reasonably priced, and said, we're going to be able to come in and do it in about 2 weeks. And they did exactly what they said. A lot of fun to show the fellas here on the dais, the before and the after photos. And when you deal with Michael's Baths, yes, family owned and operated. Michael himself started this company. His daughter answers the phone. And when they come out to your home and start to draw up a plan, it's not a salesperson. It's a former installer, so they know exactly what they're talking about. All the reviews are 5-star. If you're hearing this, if you're in the listening area for 101 ESPN, they will come to you and put together a plan, a design, whether you're doing a whole redo, a whole renovation, or just taking out a tub, putting in a shower. A lot of those conversions are done as well. It's real simple. The process starts with a phone call, 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. That's all they do is renovate bathrooms. And they've got a great team of employees that are all directly working for Michael's Baths. Sometimes you get folks subcontracted out, and that gets to be a little messy. Nope. They all work for Michael's, and they do a great job. It's unbelievable the difference it will make when you redo that bathroom. Get online at michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with the other program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. And Doug, over on your right, you might notice that Jamie Rivers and Ashley are standing right next to you.
Yeah, I saw him standing over there. Hello, guys.
Well, hello. Doug, it's an honor to be in your presence.
Well, I would imagine it is. Yeah.
What if Doug didn't notice you? That'd be a real problem, wouldn't it?
What? They're here.
He's in that bracket.
Out of the question.
Doug, you just took.
I did.
You just took a little hit.
Suspend him right off the top.
Jamie Rivers has been suspended.
Yeah, sure are.
It's just kind of suspension logule, just like that. It can happen on this show. Wow. Actually, that's what goes on in here. And then Jamie told you, don't look at the text inbox.
Yeah, do not, or the YouTube chat.
Yeah, has Jackson turned that off?
Imagine.
No, so beware. Yeah, don't get distracted by it. Jamie, you came into the program a couple weeks ago after the morning after, which is known as the Ken Iggy Strode Show.
Yes.
And
Ken's complaints? Is that what
Ken's
it is?
complaints. And let us know what you guys had going on. But for those who didn't hear you on after the morning after, let everybody know what you guys have going on here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to hand it over to the boss.
The boss is here.
I talked about it last week that we were getting into the health and wellness field, but I'll pass it over to the big dog, our clinical director.
Nice, clinical director.
No pressure here. yes. So we are co-owners of Synergy Integrated Healthcare. It is a multidisciplinary wellness clinic based in Chesterfield. We're right at the corner of Clarkson and Baxter. We were previously the Ozzie Smith Center, and we just took over and rebranded into our own new brand. But we provide chiropractic, acupuncture, decompression, and regenerative medicine, including PRP, which is platelet-rich plasma. So I can tell you all about that.
How about that, Doug? How about that?
And are these, a lot of these are like sports injuries type? Is it typical or backyard injuries, all of the above?
All of the above. All of the above. So our regenerative medicine side, we see a lot of patients that are dealing with chronic pain and injuries, sometimes acute injuries, sometimes it's more arthritis-driven pain and discomfort. But what the PRP and the other regenerative medicine products that we provide, what they do is we're basically utilizing the body's kind of own innate healing processes to help to decrease inflammation and the growth factors that we inject in with the platelets that we pull out. These help to facilitate healing and get you out of pain.
Now, you instructed her not to look at the YouTube chat, and then I noticed you were looking at the YouTube chat.
I listen to instructions. He apparently does not.
But your gentleman caller here did not.
I respect and appreciate your listeners, and especially their text line, because I sometimes come back to and I scroll up to your hours, and boy, am I entertained. Boy, am I entertained. So I had to have a little sneak peek over there just to see if they're on their A game.
Well, they're very complimentary of Ashley, is what I'm seeing.
Thanks, guys.
I thought they were talking about me.
No. You know what? On this audience, actually, I'm a little surprised they're not talking about you.
Exactly.
This audience
we
tends
just got to, maybe she's out kicking her coverage.
How about that?
Yeah.
There you go, Jamie. There you go.
That's right. A little respect over
But there is a lot of Jamie has outkicked his coverage. Compliments coming in to you. So there you go,
guys.
Ashley.
Thanks. I appreciate
I
it.
thought I was going to be the trophy husband in all this.
He is. He is. You're very pretty, honey. You're very
You are very pretty. Good.
Do you deal with a lot of injuries, Jamie? Just like aches, pains from all the years and surgeries and playing? Does it come around often?
Yeah, it's every day. It's actually, so I'll say this. I said it earlier today, but like when you're playing, you just accept the pain. Like it's part of the gig.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And on a weekly basis, you can see the chiropractor or whatever specialist you need. When you retire, like you really don't have that at your disposal.
Yeah.
I guess you could go, but you kind of just brush it. It's just pain. I'm living with pain. I'm getting old. I'm beat up. It is what it is. And every day you wake up and, it used to take me like a while. I'd call it to lube up a little bit. Like the knees couldn't get going, the shoulder, the back, and getting down the stairs in the morning was a very difficult task. But now being with Ashley and I do PRP injections in my knees and things like that. It's a game changer. It really is. And she always says, living with pain, you shouldn't live with pain. Pain is the last thing that you need to do. So it's like a weekly maintenance for chiropractic adjustments, or acupuncture is a huge game changer as well. So yeah, back to your question, Marty. Yeah, I was in pain all the time. And it stinks because, I played a pro sport where there's a lot of physical contact in it. But there's a lot of things in life where people are dealing with these things. Like if you're a construction worker, contractor, plumber, like some of these guys, like they're on their feet all day. They're doing things. Military veterans. We're really big into the military veterans. The Blues Warriors group is going to be at our grand opening tomorrow night from 5 to 7. We'll get into that in a little bit. But the military is another group of individuals that really benefit from some of the stuff we've got.
Imagine how much pain you'd be in if you ever hit anybody when you played for the Blues.
See?
How did that feel?
Right back at you.
Wow. You got yourself suspended earlier, so you
can't even respond. You're not even allowed.
I respect your game. I always have, Doug, but you know better than to say that.
Jamie's like, without hitting, what did I have?
Yeah.
That was my entire game.
Thank you, Marty, I think.
Ashley, I don't know if you're interested in taking questions from this audience.
Boy.
Jamie, you might want to counsel.
You know what? She is engaged to marry me. She's qualified to answer questions.
I've handled it all.
All right. Well, they're coming in. I think this one, I thought, Martin, it's one of our favorites, Harrison's brother Master. I don't know how active he is with you guys on the fast lane. I figured he was. Yes, you are. Yes, I know that he was.
Is he going to ask Ashley what they should do with Kairu?
Nope. He's got one that looks like it's a medical question. Doug, you can determine that.
Okay.
Ashley, I had to get rotator cuff surgery a couple of weeks ago. How long do you think before I can handle myself? Nope, right there.
No, what?
Right there.
You walked right into that one.
It took a turn right there.
Yep.
But it is an important part of life, actually. Your take?
See,
Inquiring minds want to know. Oh my goodness! I would say ask the actual doctor.
Go to the actual doctor on that.
Hand exercises could help them.
No.
See, Doug?
Lord,
This is the stuff.
What's happened to this segment?
I don't know how you guys act on the fast lane, but we don't do that kind of material here, Jamie.
Thank you. Big Tough says, hey, Jamie, you need to tough Jackson around again because he's getting a little too big for his britches with that new pompadour he has. You know, Jackson is growing hair like a weed over there, and he's gotten a little cocky here, the audience has noticed. Now that is that a pompadour?
Oh, yeah.
What have I told you about doing that?
If you put him up, you better mean it.
You better be ready.
Wow. So the grand opening is Thursday, right?
Yeah, we're doing a grand reopening open house Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. Like I said, we are in Chesterfield at the corner of Clarkson and Baxter, 16216 Baxter Road, Suite 300. So the St. Louis Women's Healthcare Building that's right there in the corner. We're up on the 3rd floor. But going to have a lot of Blues alumni popping in there. A few other special guests. We will.
So it is an open house. People can come on.
Yeah, come and go.
It's not invite only. It's come on in, check it out.
How about that? Nice.
So we are going to do a regenerative medicine, a PRP demonstration, so patients can kind of see
what to local celebrity.
Yeah.
Nice.
But then also be available. I have a nurse practitioner, Alicia, on my staff who does a lot of my regenerative medicine treatments. She will be there talking about not only that, but also some other services that she has to offer. Dr. Hassan, my medical oversight doc, will also be there answering questions on regenerative medicine and other procedures that he does. And then I will be there as well. And we'll have a little open house live Q&A format. You can come in, you can take a look at the facility, see what we have to offer, and come on down and have some good food and drink.
Somebody be getting lubed up over there. We got drinks.
I like that impression. Jamie, Ashley, congratulations.
Thank you.
Number one. And once again, our audience can come see you again on Thursday for the grand opening. Where and when? One more time?
So the address is 16216 Baxter Road, Suite 300. It's in Chesterfield, 63017. You can give our office a call at 314-200-4955. If you want to RSVP to come in, it's not necessary, but if you want to let us know that you're coming on down, you can also visit us on our socials. We're on both Facebook and Instagram, Synergy Integrated Healthcare.
There you go. It's Jamie Rivers and Ashley. They are opening this up on Thursday, and it is open to the public. Guys, congratulations. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Rangers tonight, 6:45 p.m. First pitch. Dustin May on the mound for the Cardinals. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound for the Rangers. So that was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Doug, is it Will Smith's birthday?
I don't know whose birthday it is.
No, we played the Ghostbusters theme. I guess I played the theme from Caddyshack. So I thought
music theme from movies.
Everything comes in threes. So,
and you are a movie boy. Boy.
This one's so good. The Men in Black theme.
This is your jam. Doug, who's this sampled from?
I don't know that either.
Forget-Me-Nots? Is that the name of the beat?
Yeah.
Send Me Forget-Me-Nots?
You guys like Men in Black?
I never saw it.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah. I like Men in Black.
Was it like alien stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed it. I was probably doing charity work at a children's hospital when that came out.
I'm going to do the Designer Heating and Cooling Midday. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right. Here you go.
I got to make sure I filtered.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay. Well, then maybe I don't.
No, hold on. No, hold on. Chairman might have filtered still.
Isn't he working on a film in Napa? Why would he be filtering
I think
emails?
it's so
Because it's early.
there.
It's West Coast time.
Oh, this is a guy who gets
and he
here.
wakes up early.
He wakes up at like 3 a.m. back here.
Was not filtered. Give me a moment. My
All
apologies.
right. How about this? Great interview with Skip Schumaker, but it's time for real talk. What is the situation with the May Email of the Month winner? Is this going to be like the TMA Listener Awards when Jackson's buddies Herb, Kai, and Oatmeal all won awards, stripped Jackson of his power, and demote him to an intern? I stand with the TMA Troubadour. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
So we did. Doug helped me out in some bookkeeping, and not only did TMA Troubadour win the month of May, but the TMA Troubadour is our May Listener of the Month presented by Forum Energy.
Big month for him. Big month.
And yesterday you said Buck Swope won.
Correct.
Would you like to say anything to Buck Swope?
Apologies to Buck Swope. If I'm being honest about the thought process, I wasn't 100% positive of who won the month of May, so I thought if I said Buck Swope, he would be the one to have a beef with it.
You guessed.
If I didn't say Buck Swope. So I thought, well, we'll see this and see if anyone calls me on it. I apologize.
How about that?
While my
Get you half a gift card.
All right, emails are we can we got a good start. We got a good start.
Been filtered.
Yes, we're back.
All right, here we go. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I don't mean to kick Gorman while he's down, but he hasn't hit at all ever since Ken's Old Man Ranting at Clouds show returned to the minor league airways. And I don't think it's unrelated. I enjoy the stunned silence near the end of the show yesterday when Iggy professed that he would have loved to arrange a threesome with a 70-year-old Joan Rivers and her daughter, and he seemed genuinely confused with the entire dais appearing uncomfortable. Was it illegal or just frowned upon? Never the White Knight, he pointed out that he wouldn't be the one doing anything wrong. I love how Tim immediately kicked it to Doug for a comment. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Dan Jansen's perfect throw to first base. The ball just got bored to death and collapsed.
Shooter McGavin.
I'm going to say something that needs to be said. We don't deserve Tim. We just don't. But this email is about promises. Oh, boy, that thing is...
It's really lost its gusto.
Remember, we both had that deal where if one of us ever woke up one day and decided he wanted to switch teams and start making out with another guy and stuff, the other one would be there for him. I guess I should wish IMAHAD. Doug, IMAHAD.
I'm head.
Made that deal with somebody else, but I don't.
Okay, proofread before you send anything in here. Who was it, Tim?
Well, there's still more.
Well, I'm so tired of this.
I've been feeling crazy even thinking about it, but now that I know you feel the same way too, I don't feel crazy anymore. So how about you take me down to your Sunset Hills Rathskeller and nope.
Who was it? Kevin Miller, wasn't it? It was Kevin Miller, wasn't it?
Mouse say tongue action.
Kevin Miller, you've been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and a letter is going into your file, my friend.
Does that mean they are ineligible to win?
Yes,
No,
it does.
if it got red, it's eligible.
Yes, it
That's
does.
right. That's the policy.
Sure does.
Dear Dossier, I woke up early this morning to the soothing, rhythmic flapping of plastic bags against my window. Nature's alarm clock. I leapt out of bed to prepare my signature gourmet dish, pancakes lovingly glazed in bacon grease, a true flex of my cardiovascular ambition. I then did the laundry in the vacant apartment across the hall. Resourceful, not illegal, before heading out to grab birdseed for my squatter sparrow roommate. When I got back, I flipped on the Shake and Bake Open to monitor my wildly sophisticated betting portfolio. A 50-cent six-way parlay and $1 on Chris Nagel as the outright winner at 18,000 to 1, or plus 180 or plus 1,800. Doesn't really matter. He was playing well, so I cashed out at $10 when Wellington must have tipped Chris off. So he goes on a birdie rampage and wins the whole thing. Anyways, at least the birdseed paid for itself. Off to bed to rest up for another exhausting 4-hour work week now that the sparrow finally stopped chirping. Toodles, that's from the TMA Troubadour, chairman of the London, Kentucky Tourism Commission.
TMA Troubadour.
Morning, gentlemen. I often ponder what would this morning talk show be like if it was a sitcom, and I think I finally figured it out. Cheers. Tim, the suave former athlete behind the bar, charming and keeping everyone waiting for his attention. Jackson, his noble yet dim-witted sidekick, always paling around and good for a smile when needed. Doug and Martin sitting at the bar like Norman Cliff, giving life advice and discussing all life's problems. The lovable regulars who don't get the attention they deserve. And lastly, the random cameo of Bradford Bruns like Frasier, and making us all feel dumb by simply speaking with such eloquence and proper grammar. Cheers and God bless America. It's from Mongo. Glad Bradford Bruns in there.
I'm glad Bradford got thrown in there. That's Kelsey Grammer.
And finally, well, the great Skip Schumaker said being delusional is something to be celebrated. I agree with him, as I believe that is the major appeal of After the Morning After. Just to keep you in the loop, Martin, yesterday's episode highlight came right at the buzzer when Iggy expressed his unsolicited interest in having the least popular threesome, an MFF, with a mother and a daughter. When Doug mentioned he might be imprisoned for arranging this intergenerational hookup, Iggy was confused why he would have any blame. He was not the one committing incest. Nothing he did was wrong. They didn't do the job. While he was specifically referencing the late Joan Rivers and her daughter, the rest of the day has failed journalism by not following up by asking for his Mount Rushmore of frisky father-son duos he'd like to do some warm wrangling with. You'd have to assume Kurt and Wyatt Russell is the George Washington, but the rest are up for snatch grabs, Doug. That's from the Poor Film Student.
Poor Film Student.
And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. We shall vote and announce the winner at approximately 10:55. BK and Ferrario coming your way at 11 o'clock. There it is. Martin, you've got onboarding to tend to. Big day, I know, on Tuesdays, historically on the program. We are headed into our 10 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Boy, if you are in the market for a home, I would like to recommend Delmar Mortgage online at delmarmortgage.com or by calling Ryan Luchtefeld at Delmar Mortgage, 618-593-3608. That's his personal number. So you can call or text him right now. He is who my family is working with on the home buying process. 618-593-3608. You're going to get that personal local touch, but Delmar Mortgage and Ryan provide all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. We just completed that process, and it truly was smooth and way easier than I thought it would be. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. That's Delmar Mortgage, online at delmarmortgage.com, and Ryan Luchtefeld's number, 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. It's Morning After 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and representing Brown and Crouppen, Doug, on your right is Brody Herman.
So I'm sitting over there on the
Morning After in the Stiefel Studios.
I'm doing great, Tim. Doug and Jackson could not be better. Of course, it is an honor and privilege every week to be on the Morning After. It is the highlight of my week, no doubt about that. I just love being here. I couldn't be more excited.
How about that, Doug?
What's got you wound up today?
Oh, my gosh. Well, we got the Stanley Cup and the NBA Finals, so today I get to give my official predictions for both the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup. I cannot wait. First, I'll go with the NBA Finals, obviously. I want my Knicks to win. Now, what I want and what I'm predicting, let's remember, are two very, very different things. I want my Knicks to win the finals. We got four more. We got four more until we achieve orange and blue skies. But I believe the Spurs will win in 6. The Spurs have an unbelievable team. They have a 7 feet, 5-inch alien Victor Wembanyama and the crew. Harrison, Barnes, Julian Champagne. Oh, my gosh. The depth the Spurs have. De'Aaron Fox and Devin Vassell and Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper. This young nucleus the Spurs have. I have more faith in the Spurs being the kings of the West instead of the Thunder. I believe the Spurs will win at 6. And remember this, the Knicks do not have the depth at the center position. You have to rely on Karl-Anthony Towns to defend Victor Wembanyama. I mean, that's just a tough task. But
the Knicks are 12-2 in the playoffs. They're just rolling over teams.
I know they are. They have an 11-game winning streak, Doug. But none of those teams have Victor Wembanyama. None of them. None of them. Unfortunately, they just don't. And the Knicks, I mean, I know they got the camaraderie. I know they've got the chemistry. You've got Jalen Brunson. You've got Mikal Bridges. You've got Josh Hart. All three of them played together at Villanova. You got Karl Anthony Towns. You got OG Anunoby. You have Jalen Brunson willing to take less in order for them to get Bridges and Anunoby. But besides that, what depth do the Knicks really have? And you're going up against the Spurs. I don't see it. I really don't. But I want my Knicks. We got 4 more. We got 4 more to win the finals. We can do this. It's not impossible. You're right, Doug. They've won 11 straight games, 12-2 in the playoffs. But I do believe the Spurs take it in 6.
Do you know what a Knickerbocker is?
I don't.
I looked it up yesterday.
What do we got?
It's a Dutch immigrant to New York.
Wow.
They were called
I thought they were
Knickerbockers.
pants.
That's another meaning.
Okay.
But the team is named after Dutch immigrants.
Oh, I for sure thought it was named after pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But, of course, now we're off to the Stanley Cup. We've got the Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. The Golden Knights have just swept the Colorado Avalanche, but the Hurricanes have only lost 1 playoff game so far. But I have the Golden Knights. I've got the Golden Knights winning this. They have the momentum right now. They have the better frontline talent. Jack Eichel, Mitch Marner, and I think the Carolina Hurricanes are going to have trouble scoring goals. This Carter Hart between the pipes for the Golden Knights, he's spectacular. This guy's box office, he's special. What this young man has been able to do for the Golden Knights is nothing short of spectacular, and it's going to make a difference. This guy's playing like a breakdancer. It's unbelievable seeing Carter Hart between the pipes. His flexibility, my gosh, Carter Hart. It's amazing. Now you got Frederick Anderson. He's a veteran. We all know you could trust him between the pipes. Ron Brind'Amour has been trusting him between the pipes all throughout the playoffs. But to me, the top line talent on the Golden Knights, they're going to win this series in 6. Especially if the Golden Knights can win a game and steal a game in Carolina. I think it's over. I think the Golden Knights are going to win this. I think Golden Knights are going to win the Stanley Cup. They're going to win their 2nd Stanley Cup in 4 years, and they've already appeared in 3 Stanley Cups since the franchise was founded in 2017. John Tortorella, an experienced head coach in this league, he's won a Stanley Cup for the Tampa Bay Lightning back in 2004. So you got a more experienced coach when it comes to winning in Tortorella, where Ron Brind'Amour, a former National Hockey League player who has only coached for the Carolina Hurricanes. The coaching, the talent on the top line, the scoring, Carter Hart between the pipes. The Golden Knights are going to win this series in 6. But I think it's going to be a very good series. Both of these series, very good teams all across the board. It's not clear because it's very hard to predict for all of us. This is not going to be easy for anybody because you've got all teams all across the board are all very solid. But I do think the Golden Knights win the Stanley Cup.
Now, what about the Cardinals? They've fallen 5.5 out now. You think they're kind of coming back to reality?
I think they certainly are, Doug. I mean, look at the starting pitching staff. I mean, only Michael McGreevy is the only starting pitcher on the Cardinals pitching staff with an ERA under 3. Not under 4, under 3. And we don't have any other starting pitchers on the staff that's ERA is under a 4. They're struggling. And have you seen the downfall of Nolan Gorman? I mean, his numbers against right-handed pitching is alarming. Just alarming. How could you his slugging percentage and his batting average, it's woefully downhill. I mean, it's terrible. Now I got Gorman on my list of guys that the Cardinals could potentially move at the trade deadline. Nolan Gorman, Dusty May, JoJo Romero, Justin Brule. Now you got to put Nolan Gorman on that list of how bad this team has been performing, and particularly him against right-handed pitching. It's alarming. No wonder why we need Urias. I mean, Gorman is just struggling, and it's dragging the team down. Just his batting average.
206 against right-handed pitching, but 207 against left-handed pitching.
Well, see, Doug, that just proves my point that we need to shop Gorman at the deadline because his batting average against left-handed and right-handed pitching has both been just dreadful. Oh, my gosh. Not the replacement for Nolan Arenado you've been banking on as an organization. I mean, my gosh, you've got the Cubs coming. You've got the Pirates coming. You've got the Brewers playing like their usual selves. This is not your older brother's National League Central. I mean, you got 5 teams with winning records. Yeah. I mean, that's as much as the entire American League. You're in a very competitive division. You know the Reds are going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. You know, Terry Francona's not getting any younger. So the fact that the Cardinals, they have a division that is competitive and aggressive, and if you don't play up to it, you're going to fall behind. But I don't think the Cardinals are going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. They're not going to be buyers. They're going to be sellers. They're going to be developers. Mark my words. They're going to be developers. And you just got to stick with the roster. And down the line, you can add a few pieces to make it better. But that's where they're going to be for the Cardinals. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs this year. The National League is going to be very interesting over the next several months.
So you're saying my older brother's Central Division wasn't very good?
No. I mean, have you seen the last several years of the Central? I mean, it's basically been a joke.
Okay.
It's nothing short of an atrocity, a baseball abomination. It was the easy division. Now it's become one of the most competitive divisions in all of the National League.
Yeah.
Really has.
Okay, so the Cardinals aren't going to make the playoffs, and they're going to be sellers at the deadline.
They won't be full-on sellers, but they're going to trade off a few pieces. We don't need Dusty May on this team. I mean,
Yeah,
he ain't going to fix the starting pitching problem. I mean, come on. He's not going to be he's not going to solve the issue. We got to no. It's not going to happen. We got to focus on our younger talent in Church and Scott and Walker and Weatherholt and Wynn and Burleson, and those are the core nucleus. We need to fix our outfield. I mean, behind the plate, is Pedro Paz the catcher of the future? I don't think so, but just keep him behind the dish because you got other priorities.
What about Jimmy Crooks?
Possibly.
All right.
Well, I mean, possibly. We'll see. We'll see if he can steal some runs. I don't know. We need something. We need to find guys that can manufacture runs. We got to do a better job. I mean, our starting pitching, you got to have an offense that's scoring 5-6 runs a game, and that's tough to do. It really is. And you lost last night to the Rangers 2-1. You're 3-7 in your last 10. And Jacob deGrom makes it tough. But we do not do a good enough job of making it tough on the other team. We just don't. We're not a tough team to play against. That's why I was so happy about the Tarps Off crew, because they actually made Busch Stadium a tough place to play, because we're not a tough team to play against. And that's the problem with the Cardinals over the last several years. We're just not a tough team to play against. And that's a huge issue.
What makes a team tough to play against?
I think
better players, probably.
It's a valid point. I think starting pitchers that can get strikeouts. I think guys that steal a lot of bases. I think bunting makes it tough against the other team. I think hit and run, squeeze plays, great defense, particularly in the shallow areas, preventing teams from hitting in the opposite field. Those are teams that are tough to play against, not the teams that can hit a bunch of home runs. That's a given. That's an obvious answer. But that's the real fundamental answer. Preventing opposite field hits, stealing bases, bunting, squeeze plays, and your starting pitchers and your relievers getting strikeouts, not just guys getting ground outs. It's a huge difference maker.
I'm just a little depressed that my older brother's best years were wasted on the weak Central Division.
I guess so.
Can't get past that.
Well, a lot of people's older siblings' division was wasted, and the fact that the Brewers have just owned the division for the last several years is just unfortunate where the team has gone, and that's why John Mosalik's no longer in St. Louis. Is because we had our opportunity to own the division, and we just couldn't. We couldn't capitalize on it because we've continuously traded young players, and we've not gotten much back for them. And then when we try to go swing big at the trade deadline, it doesn't help the team, and it doesn't get us in the playoffs most years. And we haven't been able to get out of the first round in the playoffs since 2019. So we've just been struggling. We have not found a nucleus yet that has been able to get us to the playoffs. And the National League is only going to get more competitive. You got the Diamondbacks, you got the Padres, you got the Cubs, you got the Braves, you got the Phillies, who since Don Mattingly has become manager, my gosh, have they just been a different team? My goodness. It's not easy. And it's not, they're not willing to spend. They don't have, a high payroll. It's not easy anymore to win in baseball. And I'm talking about getting to the World Series. I'm not just talking about just getting to the playoffs. I'm talking about getting to the World Series. And that's hard. But we have won 11 championships. But let's be honest here. The Cardinals are not the hot free agent destination they used to be. I mean, the Cardinals used to be an organization players want to play for. Now, they're really not, because they're not in that upper echelon of payroll. They don't have the recent winning success that attracts the top free agents anymore. So you're basically stuck of, we got to succeed and win in the trades. We have to draft well. I mean, we don't know what Liam Doyle's going to be, but we'll see. I hope Liam Doyle helps the starting pitching problem. I hope Gerangelo Sainja helps the starting pitching problem. But it's not going to happen in 2026. That will happen in 2027, 2028, 2029 is going to fix the starting pitching problem. But for the Cardinals, historically, you've got to have guys. I mean, we haven't been an historic pitching franchise by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, besides Bob Gibson, Dizzy Dean, Chris Carpenter, I mean, what starting pitching have we had that's really top of the line? This is not a franchise that's had a plethora of Hall of Fame starting pitchers, but you need enough at least to win a World Series, and we've had enough to win 11. Now, hopefully, we have enough down the line to win 12.
Well, I was always led to believe the players here don't want to be overpaid, and they play for the fans,
Not the money.
and not the money.
That's correct.
Well, Doug, you have such a good heart, Doug. You really do. I love it.
He just patted you on the head.
Thank you.
That's Brody Herman, Brown and Crouppen representation here on the morning after, giving us his thoughts. The official predictions, Brody, once again, so we can monitor these for the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Final.
Absolutely. It'll be the San Antonio Spurs, I believe, in 6, and I believe the Vegas Golden Knights in 6. So I'm going with the West. I'm going all West here.
All West all the time. Brody Herman, we always appreciate the time. Brody, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
That is
Thank
Brody
you.
Herman of Brown and Crouppen. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, when you hear this song, what do you think?
I think of that scene in Animal House.
Yeah.
John Belushi getting Jell-O.
Eating food out of the garbage.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Little Jackie Papers, who loves the Rascal Puff. We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at about 10:55. Doug, you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, sure, and you should know something, too. If you have an air conditioner or a furnace, I think most people do, and sooner or later, something's probably going to go wrong with that, or maybe it won't. If you call them and get in with the maintenance plan, where they'll come out and do a regular service on your air conditioning system or your furnace, and then perhaps you can avoid any kind of big problem down the road. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation family member, running and owning Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been around since 1904. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and even better yet, they are home of the handsome repairman. You might want to request the dashing Steve, or perhaps the bold and daring Adam. Design Air brings the heat.
They got the UFL playoff game coming up here, taking on the Louisville Kings on Sunday. What are you doing, Jackson? Are you going to it? Are you going watch party? What are you guys?
Probably a watch party.
You have a watch party?
Yeah.
That's what they're going to have to do if you are a fan of the Orlando Storm, though. We've been monitoring this situation. The UFL's Orlando Storm will play a home playoff game at Bethune-Cookman in Daytona Beach after a deal was struck between the university, the city, and the Daytona Beach Police Department. ESPN, Ticketmasters, and concessionaires in Orlando. J.C. Carnahan reported that the Storm were originally being forced to play the home playoff game next weekend in Columbus, Ohio.
Why would they do that? They're being forced to play in Columbus? How can someone force you to go to Columbus?
Nearly 1,000 miles from their home in Orlando. The league, in an original release, said the stadium is unavailable on that date due to prior commitments connected to hosting an international soccer match. The England men's national soccer team will face Costa Rica in Orlando at that time. UFL co-owner Mike Rapoli, who went after St. Louis fans for not buying enough tickets on social media a couple weeks ago, posted on social media, "We at the UFL owe you an apology. As an owner, I take full responsibility and accountability. No excuses. We came up short and let our friends down. Thank you for your support and for holding us accountable." So that is the latest, Doug, on the other playoff matchup.
Okay.
The Orlando Storm, they will not be forced to go to Columbus.
And you might think...
Like at gunpoint?
You might think like, oh, well, England, Costa Rica, like World Cup match, like this is going to be big. No, it's an international friendly. It's a warm-up match for the World Cup. It is not even the World Cup game.
Shouldn't the Storm be pretty angry at the people that run their building?
I would think.
You couldn't have played the soccer game the next day or something?
Yeah, I assume that the deal with, because of, I'm just speculating here, that the UFL's kind of year-to-year model.
Whoa.
In a sense. Something like this international friendly might have been said a long time ago.
Well, they only draw for these games. A lot of these teams only draw a few thousand people, right?
Whoa.
Is there not a high school stadium in Orlando you could have played at?
Wow.
Bethune-Cookman is a decent second option, I guess.
And Daytona Beach is a suburb of Orlando?
No, not really.
But it's better than Columbus.
Would you rather play in Columbus or Daytona?
Where does Central Florida play? That's Orlando, right?
That's Orlando.
They didn't have a stadium they could borrow? It's in Orlando. It's probably a big stadium.
I thought that was their stadium.
I thought it was, too.
Oh, that's the same place?
Or it might be, no, it probably is where Orlando City FC plays, if I had to guess. Because isn't that what they want? They want more minor league, like they want MLS stadiums more so than big football stadiums, so it doesn't seem as cavernous when, as Doug said, not I didn't say this, but Doug saying only a few thousand fans go to the games.
At some of these places, now the Battlehawks would need a much bigger venue.
For sure.
Just goes to show you jabronis that soccer is more important than football, even in this country. Get over it! It's from a 636.
Did he just say soccer is more important than football in this country?
That's correct.
He's been suspended.
Go on.
For a really stupid comment. Who was it, Tim?
Just a 636, which probably...
636, you got yourself suspended for saying soccer is more important in this country than football. It was a poor comment, and I'm going to hit you with a 25% tariff.
So now a tariff on top of the appliance discounters.
Such a horrible
Well, if you
take.
love soccer so much, yeah.
Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal for TMA listeners. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next-day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. They are in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. That guy is an idiot. Thanks. That's from the 314. Tariff them into oblivion. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
You got 25%.
The 636 is correct, Doug. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. How about that?
He can be suspended as well. Salty Bald Dad, your name just got added.
Really, Doug?
Like
Have a clue. This city is huge for soccer. That's from the Cronky Hater.
He said this country. Didn't he say this country?
I'm going to go back. I got to scroll. Then now we got a lot of 636 text, so I got to find. Just goes to show you jabronis that soccer is more important than football, even in this country. And then with caps, he screamed, "Get over it!" And then at 8:03, he had said, "Get back to sports" in caps.
Well. You have to really
clearly the kind of guy I would be having a cocktail with. So he is suspended?
He and Salty Bald Dad just went with him. 2 for 1. 2 for 1 special.
Suspend me, Doug. That's from Hot Dog Roberts.
To think that any sport other than football is not king in this country is rather delusional.
But Wright City Hoss is not happy with you. Doug, we get it. You hate the UFL. No need to be hateful. Did they turn you down? Period. FIR, a commentary job?
For a commentary job.
Yeah, Doug was angling for it hard.
I really wanted that Storm job. I really wanted to go down there.
Well, at least now you're finally acknowledging why you've been attacking the Orlando Storm for moving their playoff game to Columbus.
No, I didn't attack it. I thought I'm just surprised in a city the size of Orlando that there is no better option than going to Daytona Beach.
Go to play like Epcot or something?
I mean, it's a big town. There's got to be some other large venues that can handle a crowd of 10,000 or so.
Yeah.
If they get that many.
We should do the show from Disney World one year.
Why not?
Yeah.
The stadium the Storm play at is the UCF Stadium. The soccer team also plays there. It is the only Orlando stadium. That is from the 660.
Okay.
Frustrated, clearly.
I guess that's possible.
Doug, have you ever done play-by-play? Have you done
a couple of high school state championship games on
is that right?
On Channel 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably hard. High school?
High school is hard because you don't know the history of anybody.
Right.
And I called the schools and talked to what I was hoping was a PR type person. I said, can you give me some information on the schools, something interesting to say about the coach? No, not really. Thank you. Can I get a list of famous, maybe well-known graduates of school? Nah. Okay.
Football is and always has been for the fats and for the dumbs. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville.
Okay. Are we actually defending football in this country? You have to do that?
Soccer sucks. Next. It's from Well Endowed. Boy, this topic about Orlando having to play a playoff game in Daytona Beach after nearly having to go to Columbus, Ohio has created.
Very Webster versus Cottleville. And I hate to see it.
Yeah.
I hate to see it. Because you can like both, you know?
How many people in St. Louis do you think truly cares where the Storm plays their playoff game?
Well, I mean, the winner of the Storm game plays potentially your St. Louis Battlehawks.
If people were upset about anything, it was just the fact that they were originally being forced to go to Columbus, Ohio.
What do you think
There's nothing between Orlando and Columbus, Ohio that's a little closer.
What do you think the energy is going to be like there in Columbus for that game?
Well, they're in Daytona Beach now.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you think the energy will be like in Daytona Beach?
Well, it'd be better than what it would have been in Columbus.
Yeah.
I guess that was going to be at the Big Horseshoe.
Who knows? Maybe. How about the University of Florida, Florida State? South Tampa would have a place.
They got Daytona Beach. They worked it out with the city of Daytona. Soccer guys are dorks. I mean, they are the absolute worst. Chug bleach, you mouth-breathing Nancy's. Doug, that's from Beercats.
Yeah.
Now he's...
That was a strong comment. Well done, Beercats.
He's going, I will take you all to the Battlehawks playoff game Sunday. Go or quit talking trash, Doug. That's from the Wright City Hoss.
I'm not talking trash. We're talking locations for the Orlando Storm's playoff game. This is that nobody gives a rip about.
This is giving me big market moves vibes.
Steeple market moves. Listen to that right there.
I like the song.
Yeah, this is so I think we're all dropping the idea of the poor Orlando Storm having to play away from their stadium. But I did, The Athletic actually, the cool thing, a World Cup cost calculator. Speaking of soccer.
Okay.
So let's say, Doug, pick a country. Any country will do. They'll play in the World Cup.
Coming from England.
All right, England. There we go. That's actually what I had up.
Okay.
You want to see them play Ghana and Boston?
Yeah, not really.
Okay. Well, with travel, that's going to cost you just south of $3,000.
Oh, sure. Sign me up.
All right. I'm in. I'll go too.
Because I'm so passionate about the Ghana soccer team.
The most expensive front row seat, which is sold earlier this month for $32,970. Oh, Lord.
And I'm sure someone will pay, right?
Yeah, and if you wanted to stay under that, you'd have to, let's say you're seeing a game at MetLife Stadium, which of course will be called New Jersey Stadium for this, you'll have to stay 25 miles away from
because there's
New
no
Jersey.
rooms available.
Well, if you want to stay under 500 a night. So it's exciting. I love the World Cup, but this is crazy.
It is.
A Wright City fat having Battlehawks playoff tickets and taking these texts personally is just too damn perfect. Insert chef kiss emoji here. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
That's tough. Well,
So a lot of Battlehawk fans are Wright City fats.
Yeah. Do you think they'd also be? What's the Twin Cities? Festus and Crystal City.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm off then. I don't know where Wright City is. Sorry.
It's just a little bit west of Wentzville.
Okay. My apology. My ignorance is showing.
You drive by it every time you go to Columbia.
Wright City?
Yeah.
I feel like I go through Wentzville and then next town would be like Warrenton. No?
Spend a Sunday at Amsterdam Tavern, Douglas. You'll see. That's from the Cronky Hater.
Amsterdam Tavern. Is that here in town?
Mm-hmm. It's like Tower Grove area.
Famed soccer cocktail lounge.
That would convince me that soccer's more popular than football in this country.
No, but it's a good time. I've been there.
I'm sure it is.
It's got a nice little back patio.
Oh, has it?
The Cronky Hater says, sounds like Doug really enjoyed the Austin Davis and Sean Hill era of football I grew up with. That's from the Cronky Hater.
Oof.
He also said you need to go to Amsterdam.
I watched a lot of that. Poor Sean Hill. They couldn't give him a helmet that fit. Tiny ass little helmet.
You guys don't kink shame, so why shame people who spend cash on something they enjoy? For the record, I'm not. That's from Irish Peaches.
Okay.
I got a little something for that.
Oh, what do you got?
I don't.
Bucko, you want
I don't
some?
need that condescension.
Landed a couple of haymakers there, sounded like.
And then some.
Tell Mrs. Gianni Shanahan I'll take her too. She sounds like she could use a date. That's from Wright City Hoss, who has invited us to join him at the Battlehawks game.
Oh.
I can assure you to the Wright City Hoss that that's a guy.
How dare you?
I just can assure you that is a guy.
I would like to go to the Battlehawks game, but I'm not much interested in going to the Storm game in Daytona Beach.
I'd like to go I guess in the summer. It's probably hotter than hell in Daytona.
Doug, what does this mean? Wright City, wrong town, Michael Jackson, look it up. That's from Mo Green.
Right city, wrong town.
Michael Jackson, look it up.
Look it
Right
up.
city, wrong town. Michael Jackson, look it up.
Did he have that lyric in one of his songs?
He talked about right city?
Right city, probably not WRIGHT city. Probably RIGHT city.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just trying to make some sense out of a cornball email.
I got nothing on that.
Okay.
On that.
Let's not worry about it then.
There's a famous 1986 manhunt where the fugitive involved name was Michael Wayne Jackson as he terrorized the residents of Wright City, Missouri for 11 days.
How about that?
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Right
Is that a
city,
true
Michael
story?
Jackson, Doug, look it up.
On September 22nd, 1986, Michael Wayne Jackson shot and killed his parole officer in Indianapolis during a 13-hour violent crime spree across Indiana, Illinois, Missouri. After crashing a stolen Cadillac in the median of Interstate 70, Jackson fled on foot in the dense woods just outside of Wright City, Missouri. Massive 10-day search.
But they caught him.
No.
They didn't catch him?
Oh, he's still out
He's
there.
still out there as a Wright City fat.
The story goes that he ended his own life.
Oh.
Doug, Wright City Hoss says you're in. We have the best tailgate in St. Louis, too. So you're in. You made the cut.
I'll try to stop by.
As a rule, Missouri boy, I have grown to love soccer. The Amsterdam Tavern was a big part of that. It's such a fun sport to watch once you understand the rules and the ins and outs of the game. That's from the 314.
Yeah. I think I understand the rules that are so complicated. There's offsides, don't use your hands. That's about it. Oh, I can't go to the Battle Hawk game. I'm going to the Cardinal game Sunday.
Are you?
Yeah.
Cardinal game's a regular season game.
Yeah.
1:15 first pitch.
I
on
believe
Sunday?
so. Yeah.
Against the Reds.
Yeah.
10-game homestand, or 10-day homestand, I should say.
Hearing Doug say cornball gave me uncharted levels of dopamine. That's from the 618.
Uncharted.
I do like the term cornball.
It's not bad.
You could offer me front row Battlehawk tickets to the championship game and I'll still pass. It would take me days to wash the stink of poverty off my body after attending that game. That's in the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I don't think it's that
and
bad.
this is really starting to get, and this is all because Orlando was being forced to play their playoff game in Columbus, and now they have reached a solution to play in Daytona Beach.
And this guy says when you go to a Battle Hawk game, you have to wash the stink of poverty off you. God, that's harsh.
Well,
Doug,
I have a carport.
the Battlehawks game starts at 5, so you can go to both. That's from Spartan 4-4.
Ooh, well, Cardinals will go from, 1 to 4 or something?
Yeah, and then you can tailgate with the guy from Wright City.
I guess it's possible.
Nice. So you got a big Sunday coming up.
Well, yeah, I said possible.
But think about it. You'll be hot from the ball game on Sunday. You go have a Arnold Palmer at the tailgate with this guy from Wright City, and then you go into the air-conditioned dome. Maybe you can take a little nap because the lights are so low.
And then afterwards, wash the stink of poverty off my shirt.
That sounds like a pretty full day.
It's going to rain Sunday, Doug. Go to the Hawks game. Stop making excuses. That's from Lee May Ace. So Wright City and Lee May are coming for you.
Is it? I see a 50% chance of rains, but my Apple app always says there's
Yes,
a
that's
chance of
correct.
rain almost every day.
But then you go into it, you hit precipitation, and it's like 0.05 inches of rain. So, yes, by definition, it will rain. That is why the Apple app is chastised by the meteorologist community.
Okay.
Doug, on my Facebook feed, the friends who are Battlehawk fans fall into such a stereotype, it's not funny. That's from the 314. What is soccer guy? Boy, soccer and Battlehawks just taking hits. What is soccer guy's defense of allowing games people pay money to see end in 0-0 ties? Also pretty sure the Thunder had SGA watching soccer in the film room to craft his game/acting abilities this year. That's from Carlos Spice, who entered, and all of a sudden the Oklahoma City Thunder and SGA took a hit.
Mm-hmm.
What is that about?
It's the popular thing to say on Twitter, so I'm sure As much
what's
as
the popular thing?
Shea is a flopper and
got it.
a free throw merchant as he's described, but he's also
Free throw merchant.
2-time.
And you say Martin's a nostalgia merchant, and SGA's a free throw
what
merchant?
What SGA is a 2-time MVP. That's what SGA is.
How about that, Doug?
There's no questioning there's a lot of flopping going on in soccer, though.
No doubt. There's flopping going on in basketball.
Yeah.
But it's I say it's on the league and the officials to get rid of that. You're going to blame the players for doing the smart thing.
I think in soccer they do it as much as anything just to get a breather.
100%. And if you can earn your team a free kick from a good position, that could make you score a goal. And talking about 0-0 ties, a lot of games are very low scoring.
Hey, salty bald dad, go get a beer at Caseyville Inn with your toothless friends and leave sports talk to people with an IQ over 60 after the morning after might be more your speed. That's some Beercats. Hold on, is our show at 11 o'clock denser than this one? Can it get more dense than this?
Yeah, buh.
He's steering the Hoosiers to the Strode program.
Clip that off.
That's so good.
I've been to a City SC game. I'd rather watch paint dry. It's from the mayor of Melville.
I had a good time. They're fun to go to.
I'd rather watch Angel Reese throwing up bricks than 1 minute of a soccer game. Soccer sucks. Some sad panda. Can we please stop talking about soccer? I thought this was a sports show. From Doug Glatt.
Well, you just can't please anybody, can you? We're just trying to do our best.
Amen. Amen. You can get involved in the program as well by texting in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well here on the presentation. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's where we're going to be for the next hour and 20 minutes on the TMASTL YouTube channel. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stiefel, puts us in great company. They also sponsor the Cardinals, the Blues, the Stiefel Charity Classic, Stiefel Theater, the U.S. National Ski Team. Just a fantastic company. And it's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stiefel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stiefel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stiefel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stiefel, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Hurricanes, Golden Knights, pregame at 6:30, puck drop at 7. That's been another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug, they're not happy with each other.
Okay.
All it was what I thought. I'm like, okay, I got a little anecdote here because the Fastlane's giving away tickets to the Battlehawks home playoff game against the Louisville Kings. And I saw the copy sitting here right on this little stand. I don't know if my pincers can reach it because I'll slide off the phone books. There you go.
Don't hurt your nubbins.
And then I saw, nubbins for lovins. Mm-hmm. And then I saw the story in the Sports Business Journal that the UFL's Orlando Storm was not going to be able to play in their home stadium, which is where UCF plays, because they're hosting, as Jackson calls it, international friendly, and he wanted to emphasize that for the England men's team. When they would take on Costa Rica at the same time. So then they were being forced to play their game in Columbus.
That's the sentence we didn't understand. Who can force you to play in Columbus? And why wouldn't you just play closer than that?
And they did get it worked out after UFL co-owner Mike Rapoli posted on social media that they failed. Now they're playing in Daytona Beach at Bethune-Cookman. So it got worked out. But then that led to soccer guys saying this proves that soccer is bigger in the United States than football.
Mm-hmm. Much to Doug's chagrin.
I didn't care for it.
And then you suspended him and the appliance discounter suspension logule. And then that led to warfare between soccer guy and football guy. And then Battlehawks guy got involved. And then it went off the rails. And then, specifically, some Metro East tensions between the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville and Beercats. And now, Beercats, who told the Salty Bald Dad that this program might be a little too intellectual for him after the morning after might be more his speed as a low IQ person. Salty Bald Dad has responded here during our commercial break and says... it's the Caseyville VFW, you cucky kitty, and I'm the toothless one. Open challenge to teeny tiny beer kitty. I will beat you in any 3 manly events you would pick.
What's a manly event you would pick?
Jackson.
I am a bad boy and I'm testing things. Arm wrestling, maybe?
That's one.
Okay.
Log chopping.
Log chopping event 2.
Okay.
And then...
We're not talking about boxing or something like that.
No, arm wrestling, log chopping, and what's the...
Weightlifting, maybe?
No.
Bench press off.
Maybe...
How about one of those slap fights you see on TV sometimes?
Yeah, now we're talking. An Oklahoma drill. That's the third.
And what's that exactly?
Oklahoma drill. So, Doug, if you or I were to walk off about 10 paces, maybe 5 paces, we both lie down on the ground, our heads closest to each other, and then they say go, and you stand up and run into each other as hard as you can. Football drill.
Okay. Sure, that'd be fine.
Okay. So, Oklahoma drill, log chopping, and then arm wrestling.
Right.
Like how long it takes you to chop through a telephone pole?
We'll each give you 10 logs. Whoever splits them fastest wins.
Oh, okay.
Beercats, the challenge has been issued by the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville, who wants you to know he is at the VFW and not the Caseyville Lounge. And it's up to you now whether or not you want to accept this. So, Doug, this is something that might be getting set up right now as we speak. And now they're angry with Jackson because that is not the Oklahoma drill.
Oh, no.
What do you mean?
I don't know, just in caps from the 618. That is not the Oklahoma drill.
That's what I'm under the impression of. It should be noted that I've never played a down of football in my life.
Not even as a kid, you never played?
Hell no.
What about as a jitterbugging scat back, Doug?
No, I knew better. I'm positionless.
Linemen and linebackers are involved in Oklahoma drill. Jackson just described the hamburger drill.
Okay, Jesus. Pick a different slant, dude.
Now you want to get involved in a challenge.
Everyone knows what I was talking about. Literally everyone knows. Now you have to be the smart. Actually, push my glasses up. Actually, Jackson was describing the hamburger drill. That's not the Oklahoma drill.
Salty Bald Dad says guaranteed victory in all of those. Easy clap. I don't know what that means, but I just read what's sent in.
Easy clap. Oh, probably. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Beercats has not responded. So
I've met Beercats. He's not a small gentleman.
No, he's a big guy.
He's probably about 6'5". I'm not going to try to guess the weight, but
260.
Yeah,
270.
Yeah,
probably.
I wouldn't bet against him in a lot of,
especially the wood chopping.
Yeah, I like him best in wood chopping.
The Oklahoma drill is my favorite. Separated the men from the boys. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. About that.
Yeah, I never did any of that.
No, it's too manly.
Sometimes in basketball, we would do a drill where you'd stand at the baseline, two guys on the baseline, they roll the ball out to about half court, and you had to sprint, and first one to dive on it won. That was probably the closest thing to that.
Of all those guys, is Battlehawks guy the saddest? Like, what happened in life for you to live and die by minor league football that is on a lesser competition level than Texas high school football and played in the same venue that hosted a stay-at-home dad convention? I think he gets my vote. Doug, that's Alan Daneville. He loves to go between the hedges where the Missouri Tigers will come in wearing anthracite and shocking the world as they continue their undefeated 2026 campaign in Athens, Georgia. Is that November 13th?
I don't have
or
a
is it
date here
November
right
6th?
in front of me. I don't know.
You going to that, Tim?
I might.
They're going to wear anthracite?
There was a big, I think it was like some sort of 10-year anniversary of like when Nike unveiled all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it was longer than that. But there was a lot of stuff on Twitter of people like romanticizing that. And I almost had to come in and be in uniform jack them and be like, hey.
I like that, uniform jack them.
Those were not good. Anyone saying those are good, you need to get your eyes checked. That was the worst era in Missouri football uniform history. Not the team. The teams were really good.
Stand in lockstep on, and I think you might stand in lockstep with Douglas Elvin Vaughn, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the teams were good. The uniforms were dreadful.
Can someone just step in and ban this Beercats family? They are both insufferable. That's Nathan from the east side of all.
You're going to hear plenty from them here coming up in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They're all over Ken.
That is November 14th, Tim. November 14th in Athens.
Got it. Let's see. You're from Caseyville. Calm down, bud. That's little Beercat speaking on behalf of his father.
Now we're getting Metro East warfare going on.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, I officially have announced it. Battlehawks guy has passed soccer guy, craft beer guy, and every other guy as the worst of all time.
Oh, I don't know.
That's from Harrison's brother Master.
Cyclist guy's ears are burning.
Ooh, you don't want that.
I don't want that smoke.
I'm just telling you,
I don't want that smoke.
That cyclist community.
Strong.
They are.
Yeah, united.
Yep.
United in spandex.
Hey, if you want to tighten it up real nice like, and you're tired of always waking up exhausted, your dad bod's starting to weigh on you, you're finding it harder to get excited about basically anything. If your energy, focus, and drive aren't what they used to be, it might not be that you're just getting older. Good chance your hormones and metabolism are out of balance. So, this new year, let's get back to the old you. You remember that guy, sharp at work, full of energy and fun, the one people enjoyed being around. Well, that's where Mentality comes in. They are not a macho, low-T bro clinic. They're human-centered, and their mission is to figure out what's really going on in your body and your brain. Mentality starts by listening. They'll run real labs and explain your results in plain English, then build a personalized, science-backed plan using hormone therapy and FDA-approved peptide treatments to help get your brain and body back on track. So stop telling yourself and everyone around that you are fine. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan. That's a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, LOWTUSA.com. So as we wrap up this presentation, Beercats has neither accepted nor declined the invite from Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville to have a best-of-3 man-off.
And I feel like we have breaking news. The Beercats family has now been accused of being inbred.
Jesus.
By a source?
Yeah, Doug Glatt.
Character from Goon. That's gonna be tough. There's gonna be hell to pay, dude. About
And
8
out
minutes.
of nowhere, I mean, it's like the return of Brock Lesnar. Out of nowhere, Jefferson County has just entered into the conversation. Hey, you watch your mouth. You wish you could go to the Battlehawks game, but your cuck-loving wife won't let you go. Jeff Coe would destroy every last one of you craft beer lovers. That's from the 314.
God, there's gonna be a civil war.
Just over this minor league football team, Doug, having to play a game in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah,
and we were talking about who's the bigger Hoosier, and somebody from Jeffco wrote in and said, hey, don't forget about us.
Everyone's grabbing their axe for the log chopping competitions coming soon. Man.
How do I listen to this after show, man? That's from Boston George. It's on 105.7 HD2 and then the TMA STL YouTube channel. And that's where we're going right now. So youtube.com/TMA STL is where we are heading. And the Beercats family is usually really active in there.
Oh, yeah.
So we will see what's doing down there. And maybe the salty bald dad will have an official partner for this challenge, Doug, that is known as the Man-Off. All based on soccer versus Battlehawks. All right, time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for the vacationing chairman Kurt, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.